sometimes what lessons we can learn from our dogs. We just seize the day, I suppose. Yesterday, don't remember. Tomorrow, not even sure what that is. Yeah, but here we are seizing the day. It's all about the moment. And every moment's great for some reason. One of the key rules, I think, is that you make sure you start the day with a good breakfast. And it doesn't have to be too fancy. Be grateful for what you have. Something simple's enough. Maybe just some dry kibble kept in a bin by the washing machine. And make sure you get your dose of daily exercise. Some yoga in the morning or whatever this is. Just getting as much fur as possible into the rug. Yeah, get that fur into the rug. And enjoy the simple things. Make time to play. Get out in the fresh air when you can. Get into the very fresh brown seawater. And when you're done, always remember to warm down properly. Of course, sometimes you're going to get things wrong in life. It doesn't matter. You move on, you learn, and you know what? You'll get it right the next time. Or the time after that. And never let work take over your life. Alright. It's very important as well that you let others know that work isn't everything. In fact, make sure you distract your colleagues whenever you get a chance. And always be less interested in yourself, more interested in others. Although perhaps also be aware of personal space. And if it seems like the right thing to do, let somebody know that you love them. I think you might just come on a wee bit strong at times, that's all. Even though you're a good dog, you've got very soft ears. Maybe just stop staring at me 5 or 10 seconds again. And you can finish your day with a bedtime snack, an occasional treat's fine, just now and again. One is enough though, everything in moderation. Well, that's it. All done. And be aware of those who will try and convince you that you haven't given them something which you know you have. No, that's it. We're all done. I don't care how jauntily you're holding the bone. You don't get another one. And then you sleep. Yes, looking a bit like a fool, but it doesn't matter. Happy to remember that it's been a good day. How's that sofa for you both? Is it good? No, I'm fine on the floor, thanks. Happy enough to know that you're fed and you're warm and you're safe. And knowing that everything you need in the world is here. And if you have that, you'll know that the next day, rain or shine, well, that will be just as good again.
All right. I have to sign up for quotes here. And we'll give you some quotes. Believe it or not, Railtown had an excellent announcement this morning, but the shorts hit it out of the gate, and the whole thing is, I think, because I'm going to blame it on an attorney somewhere or a regulator somewhere. But they haven't been able to announce the finalization of that acquisition. But the funny thing is, embodied embodied in the announcement is all the clarity you need to know that the deal is finished. And I'll show that to you. But it gives the shorts a chance to try to steal from you again. And unfortunately, it works sometimes. But that's why I don't want you guys being hot money anymore. It's just an impossibility to win. You might win once, but you're not going to win every time. So we're going to try not to be hot money anymore. And if you want to be, the places to go listen on Twitter, you can go to Frank Benedetto. You can go to Ham on Twitter. And others, you know. And it's if that's what you enjoy doing, that's what you enjoy doing. But it's not investing. It's gambling. You have limited information. You're relying on assurances from people who get paid. I'm not talking about Ham or Frank. I know they're totally on your side. I mean, Frank has always been very positive that he's here to support you. And Ham, of course, as we all know, is fighting the shorts. I can't imagine anyone who fights harder, and I mean it. But all right, let's look at Railtown. Railtown, 9,333,941 shares. We now have 6.7% of Railtown, 177 participants. Finger is up 50 cents, so it's up 30%. That guy Adam got that one right. I don't know what he knew because it wasn't in the chart, so he must have had some information somewhere. The volume on Finger now is 2 million shares. It's 11 o'clock. Make sure you check your Twitter pages. Ham, I'm sure, will have a call on that. I'm guessing. I haven't spoken to him. So just feel free to hop off and go listen to what Ham says. I have no idea why Finger is up. I can give you 3 reasons. Possible reasons. 1, there's some sort of news going on. I don't think that's it. 2, that there's short covering. Could be. 3, that the toad is in there actively trying to cover and manipulate. That's possible. I actually think one of the things that might be going on with Finger is that the toad is trapped in Railtown. I don't know. I'm making it up, of course. But I wouldn't put it past these guys to try to get you excited about Finger and trying to get out of Railtown. I think they all work together. But you have to, every day you have to adjust your thinking. This is 2 days in a row that Finger has had massive volume. Massive volume. Today's volume is huge, 2 million shares. Could it be doing something? Sure. On the other hand, it could just be a huge head fake that sucks us into a nightmare. But is it worth trying to play a little bit to the upside? Maybe. I would just say that you got to listen. You got to listen to Ham on Twitter and get the best advice you can from him, because if anybody has the information, he's going to have it. All right, let's go to Railtown, which is now in the green as well. They came out of the gate trying to scare you that was bad news, and they dropped the stock to 53.85. I cannot explain to you why the company cannot announce the finalization of the acquisition. If I had to guess, it's a woman somewhere. Women have different work ethics, I think, than men. I'm not saying they don't work hard. I'm not saying they don't work hard, but they have other issues, family. We got to take our vacation. Let's get in touch with nature. Men sometimes, it's from my generation. I don't know what it's like now, but men have to stay at the desk until they get the job done. That's not usually the case with women. We'll give it, which is just different. It's just different. Women will usually, in my experience, women will show up early, work their ass off until closing time, and then they leave. Men will stay afterward because they can't afford to not get the job done, because they can't afford to get fired. So that's why I say that. Maybe it's a man, but if I had to guess, there's a regulator or an attorney or a board member or a CEO somewhere that's a woman that is not signing the last document that the company needs to get this done. I'm sorry if that sounds unfair to women, but that's what I think might be going on. I do not understand how and why the company would not release that news. I think it's could be, that's my conspiracy theory. It could be that news they announced today had to come out first, and that was in the judgment of their security lawyers. That news had to come out first. Maybe there's additional news that has to come out, but what the hell? All right, let's look at the volume. It's 296,000 shares, 41,000, 59,000, 9,500. The bid keeps moving around. The ask just sits there, 15,000. The high on the day is 58.96. The low, 53.85. Let's go through the news story that was announced today at Railtown. But let's first check Finger one more time. Finger is now at 51 cents, 230 to 232. The volume is 1,980,000 shares. And I think it's in the grasps of computerized trading. 100 shares, 297. So is that a short covering? Don't know. Is that big news? I don't know. Remember, Univest is still out there, and this is kind of Univest's specialty. So maybe there's a game afoot. I don't know. So tune in to Ham over on Twitter for Finger. Next strip is down 2 cents at 3.95. G-Bucks is down 20 cents at 127.6. G-Bucks is down 20 cents at 127.6. It's possible, if it's the same group of guys and it's Univest, I'm just making a lot of guesswork here, that they're focusing on Finger and they're away from G-Bucks for the time being. But maybe they roll around. I don't know. Again, tune into Ham. I'm sure he'll fill you out on that. Now let's go to the news story on Railtown. I think it's a great news story. And I think carried in the news story is the fact the deal is already closed. But again, I'm reading tea leaves because the bloody attorneys or regulators or company can't, for some reason, get the news out. And I gave you my reasons. Which you may find quite conspiracy theory. I think it's inexcusable. When you deal with lawyers and you deal with regulators, they don't think about business. They don't think about shareholder value. I don't know what the hell they think about. But if this article makes it clear the deal's done. Why aren't they announcing it? I gave you my reasons. I think somebody somewhere's on vacation or with their family. Or the regulators have told them, or the lawyers have told them, you know what? You've got to put out every single bit of fluff news before you can put out the big news. I don't know. I don't know. Just don't announce it. Just keep it out there so the shorts can keep killing people. Just leave it out there. Just torture. I don't understand it. All right, but I'm very optimistic. Listen to this news on Railtown. The headline is Railtown AI Technologies and AI Partnerships Corp. That's the headline. Railtown AI Technologies Inc. and AI Partnerships Corp. Partner. It's right in the headline. I guess that's different than marriage. You say, Meghan and Harry are going out to dinner, and then they get married. You say, Mr. and Mrs. Sussex are going out to dinner. I don't know. What's the difference? Right in the headline, it's telling you they're together. Why can't they bloody announce it? Relax, everyone. All right, so here's the headline. This came out this morning at 8 a.m. Railtown AI Technologies, Inc. and AI Partnerships Corp. partner with Bryat AI Inc. That's BRAIYT AI Inc. to bring Canadian AI innovation to Dubai and the Middle East. It's a great news story. What's better than Canada? A lot of energy, a lot of water, a lot of AI pairing up with the Middle East, a lot of energy, a lot of brain power, just like Canada, a lot of energy capability, a lot of AI in the Middle East. Not so much water, but they can desalinate, and it's a perfect announcement. So anyway, let's go down to the bottom, to the meat of the article. Railtown AI Technologies, a leader in Canadian-built artificial intelligence solutions, together with AI Partnerships Corp., today announced a strategic joint partnership. There's a word missing. Bryat AI Inc. to deliver cutting-edge AI technologies to Dubai and the broader Middle East region. This alliance marks a significant step in expanding the footprint of Canadian AI innovation into one of the world's most dynamic and rapidly growing markets for artificial intelligence. Under the partnership, Bryat AI Inc. will act as a regional consultant and service provider representing Railtown and AIP across Dubai and the Gulf states. I just thought of something. Maybe this group's going to do a strategic investment. Maybe that's why they have to announce it first. That's possible. So they have to get this out. I don't know. Whenever you're dealing with attorneys, they do everything differently than shareholder value. I mean it. Their ideas are on risk to the board, risk of lawsuits, their own paychecks. Attorneys' motivation has nothing to do with shareholder value. Zero. Quote, Bryat has built a reputation as a trusted Canadian AI solutions provider in the Middle East, unquote, said Corey Brandolini, CEO at Railtown AI Technologies. Quote, their insight into the regional market combined with their strong local presence makes them the ideal partner to help meet the increasing demand for advanced AI capabilities in the region, unquote. As Middle Eastern organizations continue to pursue digital transformation, the demand for specialized AI solutions has outpaced the capacity of homegrown providers. This partnership ensures that businesses and government agencies across the Gulf can access proven, scalable technologies developed by Canadian innovators. It's a beautiful announcement. And then you get a quote from Ahmed, I guess that's his last name, at Riot. He says, quote, our collaboration with Railtown and AI partnerships allows us to bring best in class AI solutions into a market that is eager for growth and transformation, unquote, said Warsami Ahmed, CEO of Riot AI Inc. Quote, we are proud to be the bridge that connects Canada's innovation with the Middle East's bold digital ambitions, unquote. Quote, the relationship with Riot AI in partnership with Railtown AI Technologies opens the door and unites our shared vision and complementary strengths to deliver transformative AI solutions to the Middle East, unquote, said Dr. Tom Core, CEO of AI Partnerships Corp. Quote, by integrating Railtown's pioneering technology, quote, this is from Dr. Tom Core, by integrating Railtown's pioneering technology with our global network, we are co-creating. They're in bed together. Might as well get married. Might as well announce it. By integrating Railtown's pioneering technology with our global network, we are co-creating a powerful platform for innovation, driving unparalleled value for businesses across diverse markets together. He continues, this partnership also opens the door for future collaboration with other members of AI Partnerships Corp's growing network of affiliates who provide AI-based solutions and tools addressing various vertical market sectors. Again, from Dr. Tom Core, CEO of AI Partnerships Corp. Quote, this partnership is another notable example of the AI partnership affiliates leveraging their technical strength and worldwide presence. And then it talks about AI Partnerships. AI Partnerships Corp is on a mission to make AI more accessible and affordable to businesses of all sizes by leveraging the technology and expertise of its affiliate network comprising over 150 AI solution providers. AI Partnerships supports the mass adoption of enterprise AI globally. And their website is AI Partners Corp, AI Partnerships Corp, AIPartnershiPsCorp.com, AIPartnershiPsCorp.com. And then about Riot AI Inc., or Riot AI Inc. is a Canadian technology company specializing in delivering next generation solutions in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and computer vision. Originally founded with a mission to reshape metrics in retail environments, Brayett has since expanded its capabilities across multiple industries. The company supports both business and government clients in planning and executing effective AI implementation strategies, whether they're just beginning their AI journey or enhancing existing capabilities. Brayett focuses on harnessing the transformative power of AI to create smarter, more efficient, and seamlessly connected physical spaces. Through innovative AI-powered solutions, Brayett aims to enhance operational efficiency, improve user experiences, and drive sustainable growth. With a strong presence in the Middle East and a growing reputation for excellence, Brayett is on a mission to become the leading force in AI-powered digital transformation in the region and beyond. And then about Railtown AI Technologies. Railtown AI Technologies is a leader in developer productivity tools and agentic frameworks. Based in Vancouver, Railtown delivers solutions that streamline software development workflows, reduce downtime, and increase the speed of innovation for engineering teams worldwide. By embedding intelligence into every stage of the software lifecycle, Railtown is redefining how modern development teams work. And Railtown's website is Railtown AI, Railtown.ai. I think they have another website, but that's the one they have here, www.railtown.ai. Bryatt's website is www.brayt.ai. And if we go to that website, if you go to all three, what's interesting, they're all in the same color schema, and they all have very similar flow. They interact with the user in the same way. So I think they're designed by the same people. So it's a good sign. Brayett has a very normal tagline that any AI company has. Smarter AI, better decisions. Empower your business with next-gen AI tools that deliver results, automate intelligence, and scale your growth exponentially. So their partners, very similar group of partners, Single Store, the Gulf Data Hub, GDH, and they have I'm not quite, it's hard to read, Signal Store, and they also have the same group, some of the same overlap with Railtown. I don't see it right now, but I saw Microsoft earlier. And AST or AWT. Anyway, they have a data platform. They have a computer vision. They have generative AI. They have digital twin. The industries they help: retail, stores and malls, government and security, transportation hubs, data center facilities, and they have various projects with the Canadian Armed Forces, the Noguera Gym, Knott's Blake House, Royal Canadian Navy, Global Affairs Canada, something called Save Money. So you can go to their website and go through those. It's very, very, I think it's a powerful news announcement. Number one, it's clear Railtown and AI Partners are hooked. They're in bed together. I guess they're just cheating. They're just, cohabitating instead of married. I think the MENA region is a fantastic place to build out AI. And the link between Canada and the Middle East is also fantastic. So I think everything about that news story is terrific, except when you don't make your final announcement, if there's any attorneys from Railtown listening, or from AIP partners, or from the Canadian regulators, if you don't make the announcement that says the deal is finalized, you leave your shareholders subject to the cheating of the US markets. But it doesn't matter to you. Doesn't matter to you because, hey, you're attorneys. You're attorneys. We got to do it this way. Attorneys bear responsibility too for shareholders. It's not just all a cover your ass experience, attorneys. You got to act. Anyway, Railtown is now 5846, 5801 to 59. Huge volume, 320,000 shares. Let's see how Finger is doing. It's up 36 cents, 216 to 217. Remember, I think it's at least a possibility that these guys or other guys in the trapped short space are working to try to get people to rush over to Finger to bail out. They want, more than anything in the world, the criminals want your shares. They want your shares. Nobody else is going to give them shares. Nobody else is going to give shares. The insiders, nobody else going to do it. Of course, the attorneys over at Railtown and at AI Partners and at the regulators are going to sit on their ass until they damn well please, because they've got, they got some things to do at home. They got a vacation to do. They're in a little late. They're going to let the torture go on longer while they cover their own spotted behinds. I get so sick of attorneys. All right. Let's go down your comments. Let's go down your comments. Hey, Darren, you're number one in your book, your mother's book, your dog's book, your wife's book, and you're number one here. Finger is now up 36 cents, 2.2 million shares. Railtown is 58 cents, 5801 to 59. Hey, Jeff. Good morning. Hey, Danny. Ted Williams, yes, let's go Railtown. It's fantastic news this morning. Just fantastic news. They just can't, the lawyers just can't bring themselves to act. I don't know how a lawyer even ever gets married. How do they have children? How do they get in a car? How do you protect for everything? How do they get out of law school? Hey, John, how are you? I'm glad it's sunny there. It's sunny here, but it's hot, hot, hot. Humid, humid, humid. Humid, humid, humid. Chess night. All right, chess night. We're gonna get closer. Where are we right now? Maybe we'll get to 9,500,000. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Maybe we should. Oh, oh, darling, please believe me. I'll never do you no harm. Believe me when I tell you. Julia, salutations. I agree. Hey, Pete, Opa. Lewis, lucked out. Wow. Lewis, you took advantage. You took advantage of the chicanery in the markets. By the way, I have no idea if it's attorneys. Maybe something else is going on. I have to admit that. Complete I'm just making complete assumptions. Maybe something big or small, or it could be anything. But I'll tell you what, that news announcement makes it clear that Railtown and AI Partners are together. They may not be married, but they're in the king bed together. Political gamer, I love watching the day traders. It's exciting, but for me, every once in a while, I'll throw some play money at a squeeze play. Well, that's the way to do it, political gamer. If you have an account and you're putting 1% in a squeeze play, that's just for fun. But how many squeeze plays have worked? I'll tell you who they work for. When you get involved in a squeeze play, they work, and I'm not talking about Ham, not talking about Frank Benedetto. I know they're looking out for your interests. I'm talking about other players, like the guy with 3 first names, or the genius that worked on another company. But when the insiders come in, and then they're starting to promote, and the stock goes up, they can sell their stock. That's one benefit. Number 2, they can raise money from you. And then they're set for the next decade. And the other thing that happens, your buying, whether it's options or stock, triggers the algorithms on the buy side computers that squawk and squeak back and forth with the sell side computers, faking them out, and that can cause profits. It's all about profits on Wall Street. No one cares about you. I think it's ridiculous that over-the-counter firms have flash boy speed trading, that they have high frequency trading, that they have fractional prices, but that's the world we live in. If you want to lose your money, go hot. If you want to try to make money and have an account that's worth something, invest. But it's, it's not as exciting to invest. That's for sure. Hey, Donna, good morning. Account settings. Good morning, Donna. Donna, good morning. Account settings. Here's Adam bragging. I think Adam knows something. He may work with traders. I don't know anything about Adam, or he may be close to Finger. I don't know. But he certainly did call Finger on Thursday, I think it was. It might have been Wednesday. And then Friday, anybody could have told Friday, as we already discussed, that when you have 1 million shares in volume, that Monday was going to be interesting. But I think it would have been harder to call that the stock would have 2 million shares and be up 50 cents. So I think Adam is a good source of information on Finger, whatever it is that he has. If you want to get distracted, hop off the bus, go over there, Gus. But I don't think you have any particular edge. I don't think you have any particular advantage, trading finger motion. You can get information from ham, but you're not in before the computers. You're not in before Univest. You're not in before the Toad. And it might work, it might not, but it's up to you. I don't have any information on finger. I'm not discouraging you, but I think you'll lose your money. If it runs, are you going to sell at the right time? If it runs, you're going to be back in the game, and I don't know. It's just it's an addiction, not a strategy. Having said that, tune into him and listen to Adam. Adam seems to be well connected on finger. I think Adam knew something because the chart, before Adam said that the stock looked good, the chart looked like shit. So Adam knew something. He's either talking to the shorts, talking to the company, or he's got ESP. So listen to Adam, listen to Ham. It's a nice trade if you bought finger at $1.50, but I'm not sure. What does it mean? It's traded 3.5 million shares in 2 days. And what does it mean? It looks like a big churn so far. I don't know. It's hard to borrow. I saw this morning one trade went across 115,000 shares of finger. But right now the size 483, 502, 243. They're communicating with each other. This is high frequency trading to skim pennies and half pennies and third of pennies, a tenth of pennies off the market and put it in the shorts pockets. That's my opinion. 685, 483, 502. Weird prices. I think it's dangerous, but stick with Adam. He seems to care about you too. I'll never do you no harm. That stock Mountain is down $1.12 at 14.52. I don't know anything about it, but if I had to guess, let me look at a couple of others. These stocks that all seem to share the, Southeast Asia, China connection, maybe Univest. The other ones are down. GDC's down. ZJYL is actually slightly in the green, 65 cents. G-Bucks is down. M10 is down. So maybe what's happening, it's possible, they're focusing all their firepower on finger. And maybe they're going to try to make something happen in finger to catch out the system. I would go listen to him and see what he's saying. And check your Twitter. You might have to get off of this call to go listen to him. It's 2.2 million shares, almost 2.3 million shares, up 40 cents on finger. Now let's get back to Railtown, which I have to go type in again. Railtown is 58 cents, 58 to 58.89, 327,000 shares. And it's not really doing much. I don't see. Somebody bought 2,325 shares. It's very quiet right now. Let's keep going down. Yeah, Bill, I agree with you. It's in the headline that the partnership's done. So if you're an attorney, how do you let that announcement go out without putting out the announcement that the deal's done? I think they're dancing with the devil by the light of the pale blue moon. I think the attorneys are making a mistake. But hey, I'm not an attorney. I wasn't blessed with God with being the most intelligent person in any room because I'm an attorney. Daniel, yes, deal is done. Hurry up and buy. Here's Ward. He always has a sober comment. Ward says maybe the slowdown of the announcement might have something to do with a buyout. Wow. 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 The slowdown of the announcement might have something to do with a buyout. It's an interesting concept. I didn't really consider that, Ward. Wow. NVIDIA or SoftBank buy the company immediately. Well, it comes down to price. I was working on numbers for Railtown combined with AI Partners over the weekend. And in my opinion, and it's just rough numbers, you know, you have to guess at the revenue, you have to guess at the multiple, you have to assume that the market stays strong for AI, you have to assume the market stays strong in general. But to me, a buyout target for Railtown in 2 years or so, maybe 2.5, 3 years, would be somewhere between $175 and $250 a share. But that's down the road. That's 24 months, 36 months, assuming everything else stays the same, which is not a, it's probably not a, that's probably not a viable assumption. My point is not so much that my targets are correct. My point is that if you're a founder of AI Partners or a founder of Railtown and you know what you have, I think you probably sit down and make calculations much better than mine. And I think they're big calculations. So you're right. At some point, a NVIDIA or a SoftBank or an Apple or a Microsoft could buy the combined Railtown and AI partnerships. But I think it's too early. I don't think the insiders are going to sell for $25. Nor do I think let's just pick one, Microsoft, NVIDIA. So let's pick SoftBank. I don't think SoftBank's going to pay $250. So somewhere between $25 and $250, there's probably a price that the insiders are going to say, well, all right, we'll do it. But I also think there's a competitiveness. I think there's a pride of product, and let's make it work. Let's get this. Let's go get Conductor and our overall concept. Let's go claim, I don't know, 10, 20, 25% of the software development market and then sell. Let's go make our mark and then sell. So I don't know what to say, Ward. I think you're right. If you're a team, if you're an AI team at SoftBank, you're going to want to act now. And you're going to want to buy it now while the value is early in its upswing. But I don't think if you're the principals, you're going to sell at a low price. Now, when I did my, I was just doodling. I think it was Saturday morning. I don't mean to say that $175 or $250 is overpriced. I did it based on, I can't remember, but I did it on very conservative revenue projections. I did use a high multiple of acquisition. But if Railtown were to combined, if they were to get let me show you a comment that came out. Somebody sent me that came out on Twitter. Oh, darling, please believe me, I'll never do you. All right, here, Ward, Trader Turtle Tea said Railtown has AI tech similar to Windsurf. I actually disagree with that. I think Railtown's is far more all-inclusive, what's the word? It's more comprehensive, Railtown's is than Windsurf's, in my opinion. But I'm not a software guy, but I think ours is better. Anyway, Google acquired Windsurf's executive team for $2.4 billion. And a license. I don't think they got the technology. Let's just use that number right now. $2.4 billion. And let's use, instead of, let's leave the shares where they are, because if they got acquired now, there'd be no more shares. 140 million. That's $17 a share for Railtown right now, if something like this happened. I don't think Railtown's for sale for $17 or $50 or $90. That's I don't know. Someday we'll have a real human being to ask questions. But if I had worked on a project for 6 years and I had designed the next generation of a solution, I don't think I'd be selling inexpensively. All right, let's go on. Let me finish with Ward. Maybe the slowdown of the announcement might have something to do with a buyout. I think it's vital that NVIDIA or SoftBank buy this company immediately. Well, one advantage of NVIDIA or SoftBank buying it, Ward, to argue on the other side, is NVIDIA or SoftBank would bring enormous financial strength, technological strength, marketing strength to the rollout of their products. So that's to talk out of the other side of my mouth. I guess we'll have to play it by ear. What price would get the company sold right now? That's a tough one. And I guess it depends on the structure of the deal. But I think it'd have to be a really high number. A really high number. But it's a good point. Hey, John Harbison. Hey, Jack. I'm on an industrial plant floor. I can't hear, but I did see the deal is done. No, it doesn't say that. I don't know why. I don't know why it doesn't say that. I really don't know why it doesn't say. If you were a legal team, a securities attorney team, and you said you had a news announcement such as the Bryant announcement, would you advise Railtown you should hold that until after you announce the conclusion of the merger? Or would you say you better get that out before you announce the completion of the merger? Or maybe it's not left up to opinion. Maybe there's some boxes to check still with the regulators or with I don't know, I can't imagine, with bankers or with large shareholders somewhere. Maybe not all the boxes haven't been initialed, or maybe they still are working on the wording of one sentence. I really can't fathom why it would make sense for an attorney to say, go ahead with that announcement and we'll hold off on the merger announcement. I can't think of a reason why that's good legal advice. But hey, I don't get paid $5,000 an hour. But that's great, Jack, that you added more. Having said it the way I said it, as let me go up here. See, I already lost all the other comments. I've got to be so careful. Whenever I go over to get media, it subtracts comments. It might have something to do with memory. Anyway, someone earlier pointed out, Jack, that the headline, who said it? Bill Myko, I think, said it. In the headline, it's telling you that the deal has been concluded. I tend to agree with that. Personnel. Personnel's for assholes. All right, so bull market, I can't pronounce your name. Well, I guess I can say A2Z. I guess that's what I can say. You're welcome for the good news. Bull market says something else paid the bill. Look, if you guys want to be a day trader, bull market paid the bills yesterday. There'll come a day when he doesn't know how he's going to pay any bills, unless he's been doing this for 10 years. But if you're an amateur, they're going to strip you. So avoid this devilish enticement to be a day trader. Unless you want to sit and in front of a computer from early in the morning until late at night, have your skin go pale, whatever your race is, your skin loses all color because of you don't get any sun. Do it, but don't get excited. Don't go chase this. They want you out. They want your shares. They want these shares. Railtown is very closely held. The only shares they can shake loose are yours. Don't sell them yet. Don't sell them yet. But do what you feel like you have to do. Hey, Giuseppe, how are you? Welcome here, my good friend. Finger, I don't like chasing it up, helping the shorts. Well, I wouldn't chase it. Let me just look at a chart. The time to have bought in on it was when Adam had inside information. I think Adam knew that the shorts were going to do anything. That's my opinion, because it's specious that the chart was telling him something when he came on. That chart was worthless on that day, but I could be wrong. I don't know. The guy might be he might be the next Edgar Casey. Let's look at Finger. Remember, Finger ran up, and I would imagine that the Toad wanted to get a deal done with Finger and didn't. So maybe they're just covering. On the other hand, Justin, this action in Finger is similar to action they've had before when it comes up off the mat and runs for a few points. The most recently, it did it in May. I don't know, it went from $1.80 to $2.16. Next day, it went to $3.20, and then it had a pullback. It had a day that pulled back down to, I don't know, $2.60. But then that next day, it ran up to $3.60, pulled back, and then it ran to $5.20 over the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. And then it's had a swoon ever since. And this could be a dead cat bounce. The volume is massive. I think it's more than a dead cat bounce. It could be a computerized, somebody might have put up money, like the Toad. Like the Toad might have put up money to get the computers buying, and then they want you in there. Maybe someone's telling you to buy calls, I don't know. But if people come in and buy calls, and that creates a premium, they buy stock, it gets the momentum going. Everybody comes in, and then the Toad can cross shares, and after the energy's gone, it can come back down, or he can re-short. I don't know. But it also can distract you out of your Railtown. I think Railtown's the story right now. I really do. But who knows? Again, Justin, I would listen to what Ham says on Finger rather than what I say. I have no information on why this stock would be up $1 in 2 days on 3.5 million shares. In the overall context, it's not that big a deal, but in sort of last month, it's a pretty big move. Have you ever danced with the devil by the pale blue moon? Have I ever traded with leverage on the Forex market? Why the hell would you use leverage? No, I haven't traded myself. I haven't traded on the Forex market, and I've had people suggest to me that they would do trades for me, but and I've seen people make money in the Forex. And when I was younger, I think for the region, it might have even been nationally, I was a top commodities broker for, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years. But I never entered a trade. I brought in the business and I got some percentage of the commission. But I was licensed, but I was not. But no, I don't. Um, I would leave that for the professionals, and I would leave it for the computers. That's just my opinion. But Eddie, I'm not somebody that likes to sit in front of a trading screen all day. It's not something I'm good at. Others are. And if you have that mind, you can make money probably in it. Giuseppe, let's look at the prices. Railtown is now down. Finger motion is still green. ZJYL is basically up a penny. And everything else is red, but Railtown is red. Let's see why. Last trade 56.85. The bid is now 57 cents. Did they do a large trade? Not really. It was 500 shares. 500 shares was done at 56.85. 500 shares. I think the attorneys or the regulators or whatever shareholder hasn't done his job, or whatever board member somewhere, whatever the hell is holding up the announcement of the completion of the merger is costing people money, and I think it's inexcusable. But who the hell needs my opinion? The bid is 57 cents. The ask is 58.09. 5,000 by 8,000. 350,000 shares. We'll know once they make the announcement. Lawyers have all housekeeping before the announcement. Yeah, it could be that it's housekeeping, but what Giuseppe, what I don't understand is a securities attorney is going to tell the company, you can't hold back news. You can't build up the pressure. That'll look like manipulation. On the other hand, they'll say, you can't release news prematurely or in a way to try to promote the stock. Basically, you have to put news out as it comes. You have a little leeway. So I guess, Giuseppe, what I'm having a hard time is that headline makes it clear to me, although maybe they're just working together. Maybe Railtown and AI Partners have just decided to work together and not merge. I don't know. They'll do everything together. It'll be like Bill and Hillary, Barack and Michelle. Mork and Mindy. I don't know. Maybe it'll be that way rather than getting married. I don't know. But it seems like, Giuseppe, if you're right, they have to do the housekeeping. There could be no more important housekeeping than getting out the fact that the deal is finalized. Anyway, I'm only speculating. No, it doesn't. Maybe it's a guy. Maybe it's a regulator. I shouldn't have given you my view, but that's my frustration. That's my frustration. It's ridiculously sexist for me to say that. Bill Michael, I'm sorry, Bill. I like listening to you very much, but you're doing an injustice to us recommending we listen to him. Example, today pushing finger calls and saying it's ready to explode, hyperbole. Oh, I didn't know he's doing that. Well, Bill, that could be why the stock's up. If he's recommending calls, I don't know that he understands this. So I'm not saying that it's what his motive is, Bill. But if there's a large group of people buying calls in Finger, that increases the premium in the calls, which then triggers to the computers that are set at various calculations. Well, if the premium on, I don't know what calls, the $3 calls, if the premium's up, well, we can buy the stock here, sell those calls, and that translates to an annualized return of this, a real return of this. And then that creates buying in the stock, computerized buying in the stock, because they buy the stock, sell the calls to you. And then as the stock price goes up, call prices go, it becomes for a little while self-fulfilling. And it's a little bit of a bubble until the energy runs out. So it's something also to be careful of, because it's all computerized. Computers don't think; they're just going to get that return. And remember, if they buy the stock, if the computer came in here and bought the stock at 212 and sold the calls, and the stock were to pull back to 175, they're going to make a lot of profit in those calls, and they'll close out the position, buy back the calls, sell the stock, and to the computer, they'll do that for a penny. They'll do it for half a penny. They'll do it all because there's no money really involved. The leverage is so massive, and it's hedged. That's why there's not a lot of borrowing either in terms of stock. They'll do that all day, and they'll do it lightning fast. That's the whole high frequency trading aspect of it. So, Bill, one of the critical reasons for the market makers and the high frequency day traders to make money is for a bunch of rookies to buy calls. A bunch of retail buying calls can get a huge payday for those people. Why? Because when we buy calls, we just buy it. When the computers buy it, the computers have some instantaneous algorithmic, it doesn't make sense, not sense. I can buy the stock here, sell the call there. I've got this spread. All right, do it. I can buy the stock, sell the call, buy the put, and I'm locked in profit. But you and I, by the time we made that calculation, the opportunity's gone. So, Bill, it's very smart of you to notice retail buying calls can be self-fulfilling in terms of the price going up, in terms of volume, in terms of computerized buying, and it may be an attempt to jumpstart some sort of concept of a short squeeze. So I would take that actually, Bill, if what you're saying is correct, I would take that as a big caution sign and a time to maybe lighten up on positions or sell calls, or just to be in the audience. Sometimes you just have to be in the audience because the setup's not favorable. I would say that it's not a favorable setup, and that doesn't mean it can't work. It's just you're paying to be in it, and that means you can lose if it doesn't go. Hey, Bill, listening should say hyperbolic, and you should say hyperbolically. Daniel Wissington, think the announcement comes this week. Just my gut feeling. I don't know. I don't think so. I think the announcement should have come today. The fact that they put out this fluff piece, which is very good news, but in the context, they could put out 10 of those announcements and the stock will stay right here, because they can't talk about revenue. They can't project revenue. They can't talk about growth. They can't. The only thing that matters, to me anyway, right now, is finalizing the acquisition so that it allows the company to talk about everything, allows research to come out, and more importantly, it allows all the buyers who are precluded from doing jack sprat, they can come in and buy. But as long as attorneys are doing their analysis, you're just going to have a bunch of people covering their ass. That's all it's going to be. And then the shorts take advantage of that by selling, 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 and it never stops. This endless destruction of the capital markets in the United States never stops because of attorneys. That's simplistic, isn't it? Very simplistic. Bid is 57 to 58.61. That's a big spread. They're showing 70,000 shares for sale twice, and now 20,000. Now 70. Two different. Well, they're changing the price on the 70. They're trying to show you that there's stock for sale. There's not stock for sale. There's not stock for sale. There's not stock for sale. Unless it's part of a hedge with Canada. Somebody bought 10,000 shares at 58 cents for Railtown. That's pretty good. Let's see, the Mountain stock is coming back. It's only down 96 cents right now at 1467.5. All right, let's keep going. Ward. I agree with thoughts on attorneys. They're just licensed crooks. Well, it's the only business. I don't know if they're crooks, but it's the only business. If they stall, if they bring up issues, if they write a redraft, if they send a document back without signature, it creates business for the other attorneys. If those other attorneys do the same thing, it creates income for the original attorney. So if they all kind of understand that if they delay, it's going to increase everybody's payout. They're just big ticks. They're big tapeworms on productivity. On the other hand, if you don't have an attorney, you can make real mistakes in documents. So that's where they get you. I also think, Ward, the other problem is that the attorneys for the shorts, for the toad, they're the same attorneys that work at the regulatory bodies. They're the same attorneys that work for the companies. I think the attorneys have the whole corrupt thievery of market caps under control. And slowly they get rulings and settlements into the record, so they have layers of precedent that protects their immoral decision and makes it look like it's a moral one. I'm not talking about Railtown's attorneys. I'm talking about the attorneys for the toad. Ryan, when you say we own 6.7%, is that just based on the over-the-counter market? Well, it's the same. I get, number one, I'm just taking everybody's word for that number, so it could be wrong. Number two, a lot of people don't give their ownership, so it could be greater. The 6.7% comes out of using Yahoo's outstanding number, implied outstanding number. And the over-the-counter market is just really a tracker for the Canadian market. So it's the same number. The Canadian Stock Exchange should represent the same number of outstanding shares as the over-the-counter market. I can't think of a reason why they wouldn't be the same number. All right, here comes the people that are worried. Isn't this an over-the-counter shit stock? There are way better options than this. Really? Like what, Fend? What's another, a way better option? Heaven forfend. I think old Fender here is in trouble. So Railtown's in the red, and I think the attorneys, whether it's at Railtown or AI Partners or at the regulators or some other party, just take your sweet ass time. Really, it's been tough. You had a tough career. You had to go through law school. You got children. You've got family to take care of. You gotta work out. Come on. You gotta take that time, and you just need some downtime. You need some mental time. Just take your time, please. Just take your sweet ass time, because the more time you take, the better it is for the criminals to move their shares to protect their positions. I think that's what you should look out for. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's been February 11th. It's probably not even the attorney's fault, but it's February 11th. To March 11th, that's 1. To April 11th, that's 2. To May 11th, that's 3. June 11th, that's 4. July 11th, that's 5. And in 2 weeks, it'll be 6 months. I think the attorneys have had plenty of time to wrap this up. But I think we're going to have to get prepared that the merger's not going to be finished until September. July ends on Thursday. Nothing's going to be announced about the merger today. So we got 3 days in July. If it's not done then, I think they'll take August off, because, it's very difficult for an attorney raising a family. You got to go on vacation before the school year. So I think August is a goner. I really do. So if they don't get it announced by the end of July, I think we have to look. And then the holidays, Labor Day's the Monday in Canada as well. So I don't think they come back until midweek. So I think you're looking at September 8th. If they don't announce this merger being completed within the next 3 days, you have to steel yourself, in my judgment, that you won't hear about it until September 8th. And hopefully the lawyers can run up another $200,000 or $300,000 in legal bills. not getting my shares. Good for you. That's good for you. That's very good. And I'd rather be a day trader than buying OT shit shocks that go to 0.001. Let's not forget GTII. William doesn't want to be reminded on the short narrative going to the OTC isn't your answer. Well, you can remind me about GTII. That was not a stock that I recommended FEND to anybody. On the other hand, I did suggest to people to get out of it. My alternative didn't work out. I did also put out projections of what a short squeeze could do in GTII. That was about 3 years ago. And that was back when I believed that the market, the Wall Street, the system had to cover undelivered shares. I no longer believe that, but it took a long time to learn that. GTII had a large short position. As far as I know, it still does. And it was a situation where the Kramers, maybe working with Reichman, I don't know, but the Kramers gave a toxic note for 60, something like 63,000. It might have been $68,000. And they took a discount and they started shorting the stock aggressively. And in the span of just 2 or 3 months, I forget the exact number, they had a huge short position. I want to say it was in the 28 million, 30 million range shares, and there was a very tight amount of shares held. One of the guys who is close to the whales now was working closely with the CEO, apparently, although in retrospect, it sounds like the CEO might have had different motives. But in GTII, they were working to trap out the shorts. So to the credit of GTI's management and this gentleman, they tried blockchain. They tried an acquisition of a healthcare company. I forget the name of it. They did an acquisition of an educational company. They did a Picasso but originally as one ownership, and then they did a Picasso as an NFT. They went into the NFT space to try to get that as a trigger to catch out the shorts. They tried the upstream. They tried upstream, and I no longer feel that positive about the CEO of Upstream, but I've never spoken with him. They tried that. They tried issuing Shiba Inu stock, coins. Most of these were turned down by FINRA or others, but these were methods to try to catch out the short system. They also put out a warrant as a dividend, as a special dividend, which I actually think was working in GTI's case. And then the system, I assume it was whoever hires you, went out and got 2 guys and a CEO to collude intentionally or not, I don't care. The fact is they work together. I'm not ascribing any ill intent on anybody, but they work together to pop the bubble on the squeeze of GTII. And it worked. I mean, GTII went from 9 back down to 1. In the case of GTII, you're a trader. You like to day trade. GTII gave people several opportunities to trade on the way up, and I know some investors did make money in it on the way up. Finally, GTII tried to merge with a law firm. I think in retrospect, that law firm never intended to go through it, so it might have been a gimmick. But how do you know? How do you know till the end? That would have been a pretty significant thing. And they also worked for a long time on the Trento Mines deal. So the group was very active fighting you guys. Nothing worked, but I give them credit for trying. I give them a lot of credit for trying. There also was a merger agreement that probably could have worked, but I think that the CEO of Vocal might be in on it too. Everybody up on Wall Street could be in on your game. Everybody. And so I think over time, I think that there was a lot of pressure on the shorts in GTII. But I think at the end of the day, the system has overwhelming ability to cheat, suppress, collude, and manipulate. And they were successful with that. Finally, with GTII, when the Kramers got in trouble, it looks like Alpine took over the position. And the very same attorneys working with the SEC, working with the shorts, started working with the Hurries and Alpine, and they filed really specious arguments, first in Florida and then in DC, buying time. They ranged from whether or not FINRA should exist to, constitutional arguments about regulation. Can the government require the Hurries, Alpine to even be regulated? All of this gobbledygook. But remember, the attorneys work together because you, Fend, represent how they get paid. So I think GTII did represent a massive amount of pressure on the short sellers, the criminal colluders. However, you guys won. I give you great credit. You have no morality. You cheat. You bribe. And you won with GTII. So, but it's weird that you come here and you blame that on me. It's really weird. It's really weird, particularly when I told people I wasn't as clear as I'm being right now about buying Railtown because I didn't know I had to be. But I learned too. But I was clear that I thought GTII was going to collapse. And now everybody's getting sucked back into GTII. I think they should sell. But there, I just talked about GTII. I think it was a disaster, and I think GTII shows that we as retail cannot compete against you. We just can't. And you can day trade, do all your day trading. But I think a lot of these people are going to go with Frank and with Ham and with the next hot hand, because those guys get paid to come in here and pitch and pitch and pitch, and it's exciting. So you can go strip that money. But for the ones that make money here on Railtown and get the hell out of this crap, you're not going to touch their money. You're not going to touch their money. So you can stay in your sewer and you can stay in your scummy method of making money, but we're getting out. We're getting out, and we're going to leave by Railtown. And Railtown is not an over-the-counter stock. It is a Canadian stock. The reason it's on the over-the-counter market is to trade here. And I hope they don't go on the NASDAQ, because I think the NASDAQ is captured by you guys as well. So I give up, fam. You guys are winners. For a bunch of criminals, you've got the best thieving operation in the world. I don't want to fight you anymore. You win. You win. GTII sucked, and I described it all the way. You just want to take one tiny angle on it. You don't look at the whole multifaceted situation of what went on with GTII, and you don't blame yourself at all. I blame you. I blame you. Oh, here we go. William pushing over the counter stock. If he's talking about it, he isn't buying, he's selling. William, you did this with Ham. All right, I'm going to take that. I'm going to take a picture of that. That is found. I'll never know your name, but when I have money, I'll look you up. That's libel, and I'll go after you. Number one, you're lying. Number two, you don't know me. You don't know what I did. But let's answer it. It's time for my Jennifer disclosure. With Railtown, I own shares. I own shares that I purchased. I don't have a big account like I used to, but I bought stock. My average price is probably in the mid-30s. For a long time, my price was higher than that. But when the stock came back, I guess I must have gotten some a little cheaper. But anyway, I think it's like 36 cents, something like that. It's my average price. I started buying Railtown in, I think, October, November of last year. And it's my own money. Railtown has never paid me anything. Railtown probably doesn't want to talk to me anymore now that I've gotten upset at the attorneys. But maybe it's not the attorneys. I don't know. I've never received shares from Railtown. I've never received warrants or options. I have no indication that I ever will. I have no agreement to ever receive them. I have no contract. So you're absolutely wrong. I'm not selling shares of Railtown. And I purchased my shares in Railtown because I believe the stock is going to go up 10x when they finally announce the conclusion of that transaction. So let me be clear. I wouldn't be surprised if your attorneys are working with the attorneys who represent some of the other parties to slow it down. I think attorneys in this game are corrupt, or they look the other way. But that's just one possible explanation. So let's go through the stocks that Ham has recommended. Ham recommended and still does Finger Motion. I never received shares in Finger Motion, never received warrants in Finger Motion. I did buy stock in Finger Motion. When Finger went to 17, I didn't sell any. I think I sold 1,000 shares to buy, GTII, if the timing's right. Might have been to buy CRTD, one of those. I ended up getting blown out, Fend, in finger motion when the movie went on. I had stock, but I also had purchased calls, and I was sitting outside with my dog. It was it was the last day of option trading, and my phone blew up. Where are you? Why aren't you at the SEC? They're waiting for you. Are you dead? What are you doing? Then a nice call. Hey, this is Christine. We're going to be there. And oh, this is whatever, name after name. My phone blew up. So I went down to the SE coffee shop. I did a 3-hour interview or something like that. And then we went to the SEC, photographs, pictures. These guys had flown in from different parts, driven in. Good guys, good team. They didn't have money. I said, "What are you doing for lunch?" They didn't. So I took them to the Dubliner. I didn't get back to my uh, uh, desk till 4:15, 4:30, 5 o'clock. I forget the exact time. But E-Trade exercised my calls, which closed for a penny. There was no bid, but they exercised them. So Monday morning, and I'm sure you guys are in on all of this, you know this happens. Monday morning, the stock collapsed because of sellouts. And I brought in money. I sold the stock I owned. And I thought that I had everything at the 50% uh, margin requirement to establish a position. I called in and talked to them, and I had to fight them. I said, why did you do that? Well, it's your responsibility. I said, you can't sell those calls, so how do you exercise them at a penny? I'm telling you, the whole thing is rigged. So anyway, they sold me out. It wiped me out. They didn't give me any time, which is their right. And so I got blown out of Finger. So I did sell Finger at losses, and but it wasn't my choice. It was not my choice, Fend. It was the margin clerk or the computer or whoever made the decision. So I was blown out of Finger Motion, very much against my will. And that was, I think, 2 Augusts ago, or with this August, it'll be 2 Augusts ago. But I didn't sell Finger, Fen, so you don't know what the F you're talking about. In GTII, a stock that Ham recommended, I owned it. It rallied. I didn't sell any on when it was high, because I believed that at the time. I believed the short thesis. I did sell some GTII to buy MMTLP. I don't know how much that was, and the stock was up a bit, but I did it while I was live. I bought about $42,000 worth of $40,000 worth of MMTLP. So I probably sold. I can't reconstruct it in my head, but GTII was probably in the $3 or $4 range. So whatever that is, I sold. I did, but that was, as I've told people, one reason to sell is when you feel like you have a better idea. Ultimately, I sold all of my GTII in that 15-cent, 20-cent range as it came down. And what I bought was Logic, which Ham did not recommend. Ham did not recommend Logic, and he never would. So I guess in that sense, you're right. I did sell GTII, but I don't think I could have sold it at a worse price. And it was after warning everybody for about 9 months, 10 months, that they should be at least selling GTII to take tax loss positions. What else? Oh, CRTD Vocal. I actually called him. I had a pretty large position for me in CRTD, and I called him on a Friday, and I said, it doesn't look like this merger with GTII is going to go through. Oh, no, it's going to go through. I just talked to the big whale. I just talked to the company, and they talked to Reichman. It's definitely going to happen. That was a buyout at $3 a share, and Fromner would have run the combined company. But Fromner, for some reason, I think he might be in on it, negotiated for a higher price, or he's an idiot. So he changed it from $3 to $5. Everybody walked away from the deal. So I personally think everybody's in on it. And that's why they destroyed that, so that the shorts could make money in CRTD. The stock was trading at around $1.50, so I didn't sell. That phone call I had around 10 or 11 in the morning. 1 o'clock, they announced the deal wasn't going to go through. The stock collapsed to 40 cents. I know a gentleman out there that sold everything 35, 40 cents. I didn't. I was live. I was talking to people and discussing it, and it's sort of a leftover habit of mine to make sure everybody else knows about it before I do anything. With CRTD, I think I sold my shares at 4 cents. 4 cents is when I got out of that stock, and I put it in Logic. So you are correct. I sold those shares ultimately, but I don't think I could have gotten a cheaper price, a worse price. Then he did a 1 for 500 reverse split, so maybe, but I never went back and calculated. What's another stock? G-Bucks, that was a ham recommendation. I didn't get any shares. He might have, I don't know. I don't think so. But I know he bought some. He said that live, or his family did. I bought some G-Bucks and sold it, lost like 2,000 shares, lost, and then I had 600 shares. I made a little, but net, I think it was totally losing. But I never was given any shares, and as it went up, I didn't sell. When I got out in G-Bucks, the first time I was losing money, and I think it was to put it in Nixie. The last time I got out was to put it into Railtown. GDC, I don't know if I ever traded that. If I did, a couple thousand shares. And again, I don't think I made any money. ZJYL, I did own some, but it wasn't very much. It wasn't very much. And I lost money on that. I didn't sell Fend when it went up. I sold both GDC, ZJYL, and if I had GDC, I sold those to buy, or G-Bucks, I sold those to buy Nixie last year. And Nixie went up. People made money in Nixie. Some people did anyway. And then I got cautious on Nixie for a while, and it pulled back. And then during all that, I bought Railtown, but my account was vastly shrunk. And in June, Fend, in front of everybody, I told everybody June 5th, I sold my last bit of G-Bucks. I sold my last bit of, I had a few shares of Nixie that I had purchased, but I sold them. And I got nervous by doing it, that those stocks were going to go up, and maybe they have. I don't know what Nixie's trading for. Let me look at it. I hate looking in case it did go up, but Nixie's $1.94. I think I sold Nixie at 207. So it's basically the same position. And what I did with that money is buy Railtown, Fend, and my average price of Railtown is something around. I can tell you. I actually can tell you as I look. I have a small, so it's right around 34 and a half cents, 34.26, and 34 for 34. 34.66. So it's right around 34 and a half cents. Fence. So my position in Railtown is, let's call it 35 cents. And I'll tell you, Fend, I don't intend to sell the shares I have. There's two caveats. One would be if the stock market melts up and I start feeling like we're in for the crash, I'll have to make my judgment at that time, depending on where Railtown's price is. The second reason I might sell is if the price goes out of whack in a short squeeze. I don't want that to happen. But if the stock went to $150, $200, and I'm not saying it would, I might sell then. But I have no intention, Fend, of selling my Railtown. I think Railtown has a value of I just showed you, Fend, one of the gentlemen I just showed you pointed out that Windrift, the software engineers, Google paid $2.4 billion. That's $17 a share for Railtown. But if we can assume, and Railtown now has announced 4 or 5 revenue deals, if we can assume that Railtown with Conductor over the next 18 months will get to 100 million in revenue, and if we can further assume that the acquisition of 4 of companies in a network who were doing 400 million in revenue, if we can assume over the next 18 months AIP acquisitions can get to 100 million in revenue, 18 months by the end of next year. So if we can assume Conductor can create 100 million in revenue and the existing revenue of the AIP partners can be rolled up, if we just assume those two things by the end of next year, I don't know what happened to the here it is, my eraser. That would add up to 200 million in revenue, Fend. And Fend, in this research report here, the projected valuation is a year ago. We have an estimated target price of US $2 per share for Railtown, using an enterprise value over revenue of 12x. That's a year ago. But we use a 20% dilution factor for equity financing. So 170 million shares. I'll use that number, 170 million shares. The current price being paid for revenues, and it's current. You take forward projected revenues, you pay this price now, 150 times revenue, 150 times revenue. So 200 million and we'll use 170 million shares, Fend. And that's 200 million. It's not very much. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. 200 million in revenue, which, by the way, could happen this year because it's projected. It's not historic, it's projected. And we'll use 170 million shares outstanding. We'll do it one more time. So, Fend, I don't intend to sell. I know you're a day trader. I know your motives are captured by your greed, and you think you have a hot hand. But here's the reason I don't intend to sell. If you use a projection of 200 million in revenue, where could that come from? It can come from conductor, line tracks, rail tracks, shredder on the Railtown side. It can come from the 400 million in revenue of the 150, 60 companies in the network. And it can come from growth in other areas. I'm not going to I'm not going to focus on it right now, but the two markets Railtown's going out against their own. One is 25 billion and one is over 100 billion. We'll go through those numbers in a second and see how it translates. But if you take 200 million in revenue and you multiply it by 25x as a valuation, which is the average fend of AI takeovers over the last 6 years, that gives you a $5 billion valuation, and you divide it by 170 million shares outstanding. That's a target for Railtown of $29. I don't intend to sell Fend before it gets to that price. But wait a minute. What if you used a multiple of 50 times Fend? That's on the low end of the range. In fact, the range right now is 100 to 150 times. That gives you a valuation of 10 billion divided by 170 million shares. The target price is $58. These don't sound like over-the-counter stocks to me, Fend. Well, now, what if we go to 100 and 150x? What if we go to 100x? That's a $20 billion valuation. $20 billion valuation. And $117 a share. At 150 times revenue, that's $176 a share. It's a $30 $30 billion valuation. Fend, I'm not selling. As much as you want to libel me, I'm not selling. I'm not selling. I'm not pumping this to sell. That's what you do. That's what you and your friends do. It's not what I do. And I have never done it, Fend. I've never done it. So you're not only a liar, you're just making crap up about me. You don't know me. You don't know my accounts. But that's the reason, Fend. Let's go over it again. 200 million in revenue, half from Conductor and half from the current AI partner companies that are doing 400 million. And all you need to do is project this with reasonable certainty. If somebody were to buy Railtown for 25x, they pay $5 billion in stock. It's $30 a share. If it's 50x, 10 billion, $60 a share. If it's 100x, $20 billion, over $100 a share. Now, how can you get here? This revenue could go up. This revenue could be 500 million. And then you don't need these higher multiples. And then finally, at 150 times 200, it gives you $175 a share. So Fend, I'm not selling. And I don't think anyone here should sell. And the biggest thing is I don't want people to be hot money anymore. So you can rob from them with your nameless, faceless evil. I think I covered all the tickers that Ham recommended. He did not recommend Logic. I've recommended Silver, but nobody's paid me Silver. I've recommended some stocks in that area, but I have no relationship. I've talked about the overall market. I have no relationship, no consulting agreement with the overall market. If I've left out anything, it's unintentional. I want to move on, Fend. I hope you have a good day, and I really thank you for your sincere and thoughtful observations. Hey, Dale. Good morning. 500. All right. Dale, thank you. I'm writing you down. Emmerich. Okay. All right. Nice position. Nice position. Bravo. Bravo. Gary Metal. I don't think you missed anything. It looks like Finger is in the middle of a a computerized algorithmic spin. They've got Finger has 2.68 million shares out. Question is, does that lead to some sort of short covering, or is this the steal? And I'll leave it. People have to make their own judgment. If I had to guess, these guys are trying to get you to move this stock over to Finger. You may say that's conspiratorial, but it's only a small group of men doing this. I'd say no more than 50 men. It's probably fewer. It's probably 25 to 30 men. And there's very obvious characteristics other than being white, but I'm not allowed to say it. But I think they work together, and I wouldn't put it past them to try to create something over here, because they have all the money in the world to try to get you to sell here. And I just showed everyone, Gary, I'll go through it again. The multiples being paid for revenue now are 100 to 150 times revenue on AI companies. Is that a bubble? Sure, could be. Is it going to continue? Maybe not. But that's the numbers right now. And I think as we go into the third quarter, there's going to be a wall of capital coming to acquire companies. It's already starting. But if Railtown does just 200 million in revenue, personally, I don't know. I think that'll take them at least a year to get to that number. But I could be wrong. It could be sooner. I would guess next year, end of next year. But the point is, they just have to project it. So let's say it takes them until the end of 26 to do annualized revenues of 200 million. If they can project it in March, that's all they need to do. As long as the mania or the bull market, whichever one it is, continues. At 25 times that revenue, it's a $5 billion company. At 50 times that revenue, it's a $10 billion company. At 100 times that, it's a $20 billion company. 150 times that is a $30 billion company, and here's the stock prices. I don't know why anyone would listen to Fend or anyone else. This is your future. Buy it, set it, forget it. And I'll tell you what, your natural buyers of Railtown are their partners. Their partners are Microsoft, AMD, and NVIDIA. There's some others, but those are your three natural buyers. There could be others. I personally, if I were Intel, I'd buy them, or Apple, or Tesla. But if it's bought, Gary, if it's bought, let's say at $5 billion, I don't see them selling at $5 billion. I could see them if they sold right now, maybe at $100. I mean, that there's always a price. Everything comes down to price. But let's say they sell at $20 billion value. Well, you might say, well, it's insane. That's so much money. What if NVIDIA buys them? NVIDIA has a market cap of 4 trillion with a T. What's 20 billion in stock to them? It's nothing. It's nothing. And that's the nature of this market. It's the nature, and of course the stock is down. So I really recommend, if you're a law firm or a board member that works for Railtown AI Partners or the whole constellation of 150 companies, and you got things to do at home, your kids got the measles, just take your time. Please take your time. We can wait. Doesn't hurt anybody. You've got a busy life. You just got back from vacation. You got to pay some bills. You know, you got some things to do at home. Please take your time. No hurry. Just take your time. It's of no consequence. If you're one of the regulators, you know, it's tough around the office. You got to take that break for donuts. There's the lunch for Fred's retirement you got to go to. And yeah, the big weekend coming up. So you better get some time off early. Please take your time. There's no need to rush. It's been 6 months. Take another couple months. We do not need you to do anything to finalize the announced acquisition, the memorandum of understanding for Railtown to buy AI Partners. Please, your life is as difficult as it can be. Just take your time. Take your time. We can wait. No, the destruction from the shorts, you know what? Don't worry about it. You're an attorney. It's outside of your ken. Don't worry about it. The fact that buyers can't come in, the fact that the company can't talk about anything, the fact that it's a quiet period, don't worry about it. You're not up against criminals. You're not up against short sellers. You're not up against a conspiracy to defraud and steal the entire market cap. I'm sure there's no risk there. I mean, they didn't teach you about it in law school. Just take your time. Hell, your mother's not doing well. Drive up to Alberta. Please. Just check your messages while you're gone. If you have coverage when you get there, maybe you can download the document and review it. But if you can't, you know, it's all right. We can wait. All right. Fend has some more advice to you. Don't get caught buying this shit stock at this high. It's going under a penny eventually. Well, let's write that prediction down. Fend writes on July 8th, July 28th, Fend exact quote, don't get caught buying this shit stock at this high. Okay? Comma, it's going under a penny eventually. Okay. Written that down, Fend. Ask William about GTII. Spent years pushing a short narrative and it faded. Now it's old news. OTC is risky. I think I've discussed GTII. I don't think I spent years talking about a short narrative, but I think I did describe what I thought could happen if it squeezed. And I think that was for about 6 to 9 months. I did believe the system fought you guys, but I didn't realize, Fend, at that time that you own the system and that you own the attorneys, you own the professors, you own Congress, you own the lobbyists, you own the regulators. I didn't know all that. So I've now changed my mind. So I did the best with the information I had. I did tell people to sell GTII. Of course, I was kind of delicate about it. I said, uh, uh, I think there's palace intrigue going on. I think the CEO's come back and he's getting involved, and I think it's going to put a lot of these transactions at risk. And I suggested people move out for tax losses and maybe come back in. But I wish I just said sell. But I learned. Now I'm saying buy Railtown. I'm not talking about silver. I'm not talking about anything else. Why? Because I want to be 100% clear, Fend, when we go back to your quote that I was clear with everybody, they should be buying Railtown now. They're not going to have another chance to buy it under 60 cents, in my judgment. Of course, I've been wrong for 6 weeks. And please, if you're an attorney out there handling the finalization of the merger acquisition between Railtown AI and AI Partners, and you're papering it up, there's going to be an announcement. Please take your time. Please. Your life is your family life, your love life, your fulfillment is much more important than the shareholders here. These kind of guys here that are attacking the stock, don't worry about it. That's not in law books. So don't worry about it. It's not your responsibility. You can't get sued to that because you're an attorney. You're just doing in your abundance of caution. You're just taking your sweet ass time. Please take your sweet ass time. We'll stand in against these guys while you do nothing. But when you decide to do something, we're ready for that too. I'm not an attorney, but my advice is that you should, before you release any more news, which is meaningless, you should complete your job. But hey, I know. That was tough. Getting through law school, working at that schlock firm, and then getting the job at the regulator, and then spinning out into this private job. I get it. It's tough being an attorney. I mean, imagine the work, the stress and the work you got to do. Unbelievable. I mean, the rest of the people, they got to work on a factory floor. They got to drive a truck. They got to show up and change bedpans. They got to work at restaurants. They got to farm. They got to drive a cab. But hey, your life. Please take your time. Please just go slowly. Make sure that you are as slow as you possibly can be, because that way you're going to avoid making a mistake that you can be sued for. So, Fend, I wrote down your prediction. Then you say GTII is old news. Yes, GTII is a piece of shit. They have a CEO that Ham apparently brought in who plays golf. They have he's a good guy. As far as I know, he's a good guy. And he's got a strategy to bring an app, which apparently uses AI. It's trading. It's perfect. And they've got subscription. They're going to come in and they're going to make, and then there's Wales, which I give great credit, going after Reichman. Bravo for that. But somehow those whales and that company are going to give shareholders a gift and the board is going to approve it. The boards are going to approve it, and the lawyers, and just give away value so that current shareholders can make money. I don't think that's happening. So I do believe GTII is old news. I think it's money. If anyone can sell, they should sell. Later on, we'll have ice cream. And later on, I think people will have a chance to invest in GTII as a new investment, should they so wish to. Over the counter is risky. Yes, I think that's true, particularly since over the counter markets are run by Cromwell Coulson, who couldn't give a flying carpet. And since you control those and you have high frequency trading down there, there's no uptick rule, there's no one settles. The brokerage firm puts entitlements into people's accounts. You can lie, no one checks on it. You can borrow endless amount of stocks. We've gone through it now 24 times. I have nothing more to learn. You guys win, Fend. And my recommendation to investors is not to come down to your level, because down here, you're going to beat us with experience. We got to go up and away from you. And we will with Railtown. But the odd thing here, Fend, and this is the misleading thing, and you'll never get in trouble for lying and being misleading because the system is set up to support you. But Railtown is not an over-the-counter stock. It's not an over-the-counter stock. It's a Canadian stock exchange stock. And in fact, up until the most recent quarter that was published, they're in the top 25. They're in the Canadian Stock Exchange Index. They're large enough to be one of the top 25. They're doing business around the world. So I don't think the Canadian Stock Exchange has the risk of a G-Bucks or a GTII or I don't want to pick on any names. Just names I'm remembering. Plenty of other options, FenSen, on the regular market. Investing in this over-the-counter bullshit, you have to think about opportunity costs. Well, you know what an opportunity cost is, Fend? So you're actually intelligent. Interesting. Railtown is now 57 cents. Again, if you're an attorney that's just tuned in and you work for Railtown AI Technologies, or you work for the Canadian regulators, or you work for AI Partnerships, or you work for Canaccord Securities, or you work for any of the investors or any of the other companies involved, please take your time. I understand, we all do, that you've only had 6 months to go through the documents, to line up the final documents, to make sure everything's okay with all parties. But please take your time. There's no pressure here that we're receiving from the criminals. That's the good thing. We can afford to wait. And I'm sure your clients, Railtown AI Technologies and AI Partners and all the other companies, can take the risk, the very real market risk, that these bastards destroy your stock price before you can finish your work. Please take your time. Please take your time. I know how difficult it is to be such an important attorney doing important work. and you just don't have time to get to your desk. There's so many other things, priorities in your life. If you take much longer, I'll find out who you are, and I will recommend that we go after you for malpractice. Yeah, Bill, time does kill trades. Until it's not a trade. If you're in this for a trade, Bill, I think you miss this. You miss this. So if you are in it for a trade, maybe it kills the trade, and maybe you should go over to Finger or go over to G-Bucks is cheap. Go over to M10, it's cheap. I mean, but I don't think you should do that, Bill. I think it's very clear to me what's going on at Railtown. I'm making an assumption, but I think you have an attorney or a regulator who won't let the file go off her desk or his desk. And I wouldn't be surprised if that attorney is working with the shorts. Boards need the protection of attorneys and the regulators because they don't want to be sued. The regulators, particularly in the United States, are captured by the shorts, by the criminals. Congress is captured by the criminals. Your own brokerage firm is captured by the criminals. The market makers are captured by the criminals. The journalists are captured by the criminals. But in that situation, the best decision that Railtown's attorneys and or AI Partners attorneys and or the regulators attorneys and or other investors, Canaccord, other CEOs involved, attorneys, their best decision is to stall. That's their best decision. And put out fluff pieces, which are important, but they're meaningless until the company can start talking about revenue, until research reports can come out, until Canaccord can take the stock off their restricted list, and until big buyers that know what they're doing can start buying again. But please, I think the lawyers should take, I know it's tough. I mean, being a trailblazer, particularly, you know how tough it is to be a female attorney. Men are against you. Biology's against you. Everything's against you. So take your time. Take your bloody time. Hey, Gary Ward. Whatever happened to E.F. Slutton listing retail on the NASDAQ? Well, it's not E.F. Hutton. They bought the name to E.F. Hutton. The guys at E.F. Hutton, I think, are part of the short squeeze. I did not hear that E.F. Slutton was going to list Railtown on NASDAQ. My own opinion, Ward, is it would be a tremendous mistake for Railtown to list on the NASDAQ. They would be able, they being the criminals, would be able to, if Railtown ever went out to raise money again, it would be some sort of derivative friendly contract from Canaccord or elsewhere. And then using NASDAQ, using puts and calls, they could create derivatives to suppress the price. I think the NASDAQ is a disastrous place for any company to list under the auspices of Adina Friedman. NASDAQ lives on its past reputation and the fact that Microsoft and Apple are there. But Microsoft and Apple can defend themselves. They have institutions that defend themselves. I think Railtown should skip listening to E.F. Hutton. Yeah, I think E.F. Hutton works for the criminals. And they should say, hey, it's me, it's not you. And they should just stay right the way they are. The good thing about the over-the-counter market is they don't have options. E.F. Hutton works with the shorts. Every firm that pretends to be significant in the United States works with the criminals. They should not list on the NASDAQ. They should not list on the NASDAQ. It's insane. Yeah, Frank, I agree with Frankie. Frankie just wrote on Twitter, Frankie wrote, by reading the headline of today's news, you can conclude the MOU was already done, 100%. Otherwise, they wouldn't mention AI partners in the headline. I agree with him or her, but I don't know what the attorneys are waiting for. Are you waiting for trouble? Are the attorneys working with the shorts? Are the attorneys working so that the thing goes through E.F. Hutton, goes to NASDAQ, and they can set up derivatives and they can suppress the price of the stock? Is that what's happening? So sick of it. But by the way, they can't stop this. They cannot stop this. They cannot stop this. Even if they get a lot of shares issued, change the price from $29 down to $19. They can't stop this. Attorneys and plumbers, best trades out there right now. I think plumbers are better than attorneys. Ted says, thank you, Donna. Jack says, thank you, Donna. Fen says, thanks for clarifying. Yeah, clarify this, pal. Donna says, hey, Jack. Fen says, with that said, buying 1 million shares of rail, you're such a jerk. Loser Fend is back. Did you read the statement from Dan Bongino, FBI Assistant Director, stating how our own FBI announces an investigation into a company while shorting the stocks? No. I'll look that up. Unbelievable. Bill, this is the corruption at the end of empire. This is the corruption at the end of a republic. This is the corruption at the end of a financial system. At some point, everybody in charge stops following the rules and they start stealing. And that's where we are. Everybody's stealing. I'm sorry I'm so upset with the attorneys or the regulators or whoever the hell is stalling. I cannot make any sense out of delaying announcing the MOU is completed. It's insane. Emil, all right, Emil. To me, it's all risk. It's all risk. And if I were in charge, I'd be pissed off. At 1,000, under $70? All right, I don't get that last part. So you added 1,038 under 70 cents Canadian. I got it. You're just missing the decimal. Got it. Good for you. Do we cheat them and how? Hey, Red Pepper. Autumn. The autumn wind comes rolling in from across the sea. It lingers there. Touch your hair. Come walk with me all summer long. So you're up on Wheaton Precious Metals. Woo, 79%. Bravo. I wish I had bought it. I forget what SPPP was. It was one of the physical ones, I think. Bravo. I wish I had purchased it. The autumn wind. Oh, Xander. I've been in rail for 3 years and counting. They only recently started trading on the over-the-counter. That's right. That is exactly right. Oh, Xander. I should have stated time kills all trades. Time wounds all heals, as my grandmother used to say. It's just disgusting. Railtown's down. Anyway, it's not worth getting upset about. It's a great price to buy it, 56 to 57 cents, 400,000 shares. We just got to deal with this a little bit longer. And when the regulators or attorney or whatever the hell is going on, we'll finally get price discovery in Railtown. But until then, the attorneys will cover their asses. Yeah, I agree with Xander. Railtown is not just a trade. There's huge upside in it, in my opinion. I agree. Railtown, I don't think they're going to be able to keep it down. I think just at 25x of 200 million, it's a $30 stock. And do you think 200 million is a big number? The software market, this AI software market, in one of his videos, Corey Brandolini said it's 300 billion. Well, if you use that research and say they only get 3% of that, they eventually end up with 9 billion. That sounds really out of this world. So why don't we just come back? One of the numbers their website gives on the size of the market, one of the markets, is 25 billion. Let's use 25 billion. And I think it's this is from that research report. Let's just assume they only get 3% of that, which is ridiculous. That's 750 million. That's a $25 billion market. They also are targeting a market that by the end of this decade will be $130 billion. So 3% of a $25 billion market, 750 million, let's just multiply that by 25x. That's an $18 billion company. That's $100 a share. I don't think they can keep this stock down, but I sure hope the lawyers take their time or the regulators, because I know they're doing something good to take this risk. You said $6 in a few days 3 weeks ago. No, I didn't say that. I'm sure somebody asked a prediction. And if you look, you can go listen to my videos, whatever I said. But I would imagine in June, I may have predicted that this deal would be finalized by July. I don't think so anymore. I don't think it gets finalized in July. I think it's going to be September. Uh, uh, and I tell you what, by the time this deal is finalized, that legal document, it's going to be the best document ever written. There will be no spelling errors. There will be no punctuation errors. The footnotes will be amazing. The references, every column will be in line. It's going to be a beauty. It's going to be a beauty. But I think it'll be September now. So, or I should say it differently. I think we should prepare for the memorandum of understanding being finalized after August vacation, which is September. At that time, if Trank knew, if you recall what I said, and I'll say it again, I still stand by it. I think that once the company is able to put out to the entire world that that transaction has been completed, it will be as if you're buying now in a pre-IPO price. It'll be as if the company IPOs. It'll be as if the company, well, it's not even as if. It will be that the company starts trading at a different price. I believe the price is wrong. It's incorrect right now. I think by the time that there's price discovery, by the time big buyers are allowed to buy, by the time Canaccord is allowed to tell its investors about it, that could be what's going on. Maybe Canaccord's trying to do a financing, and maybe a financing takes more documents. That could be it. Canaccord wants to get in down here. But I think the company's got to be very careful in recognizing the number one goal of the system is to get the company to issue endless amount of shares. So the longer they stay down here, they run the risk of making that mistake. The attorneys are in on it, or they're so too stupid to think it through. That all of the brokerage firms are in on it, unless I can't think of one that isn't. So they got to be careful. But Trank knew what I stand by is once that MOU is completed and announced and all that information is fully distributed, that the company will go to $6 a share. Will it be overnight, or will it take 6 weeks or 8 weeks? That's open to how the information is released. If Canaccord's doing a financing, that might delay taking it off the restricted list. But when you look back on it a year from now, it'll seem like overnight. My opinion, I think the stock will go to $6 in a matter of days, but it could take longer. I think as soon as the lawyers ever let go of it, the stock's $1.50, but why worry about that? They've got such important things to do. They shouldn't worry about stock price or investors or other deals pending. They should just take their time. It's such a critical piece, what the lawyers do. You're seeing with Railtown, you're seeing why the criminal scheme works, because the lawyers are in on it. Either they're in on it because of their own lethargy, or they're consciously in on it. But the system is built up to take time. That gives the criminals time. That gives the market makers time. That gives everybody time to steal. And the regulators only go after the longs. The fact that Fenn can come down on here and commit libel doesn't bother the regulators. Doesn't bother them at all. And the attorneys know that if they take their sweet ass time, nobody's going to sue them. Nobody. You can't sue an attorney and say, if you had gotten that announcement out earlier, the stock would be $3. You're not going to get that lawsuit through. So it's a rigged system. But I hope that this happens, and then it won't matter what the criminals do anymore. It won't matter. And it won't matter which exchange the stock trades on. Thank you, Ozander. You're right. I didn't guarantee anything, is for sure. Bill Michael, time kills all investments. And time equals attorneys. Therefore, attorneys kill all investments. Time kills all investments. Therefore, time is attorneys. We just discovered the foundation of physics. Time is equal to attorneys. Bravo. Bravo. I'm just teasing, Bill. D-Mac. D-Mac-a-loo, D my baby. Purchase more. Excellent. Up to 16,000. So while I'm getting pissed off, some people are taking advantage of the sell-off. That's great. Thanks for coming. I always look for and listen. Can you please show the group update again? I think you're talking about the number of shares. We currently are 9,333,000 shares. We're 6.7%, according to Yahoo's numbers, of the float. Pretty powerful. Pretty powerful. Trank new. Oh, Xander, it's called speaking out of one's ass. I guess at least I take a break from speaking out of my ass. Must be tough if that's your only orifice. Oh, Xander, okay, if that's your opinion. Hey, Ocean Sailing. I've been busy and I have missed you. Hope it's all well. Cheers. I hope all's well with you. And I hope you are enjoying your cigarette. If that's something I'd say if we were on the phone together. My sister used to get annoyed with it, but now she doesn't. I can't really tell. She has those, what do you call them? E-cigarettes? Just can't really tell. But good. I'm glad you're here, Ocean Sailing. I'm sorry I'm showing so much frustration with. I really think it's time for whoever's holding up, because I agree with Frankie, who on Twitter, he or she just posted. It's obvious that the deal's concluded. It's in the headline. Whoever's holding it up it's inexcusable. It's just inexcusable. Work overtime. Work for free. Stay at the office late. Don't go on vacation. Bring your computer with you to the beach. Just get it done. make sure you put down I have 9. No, you don't. No, you don't. And it's going to go to 1,000 by 21. I didn't say any of that. I didn't say any of that. I don't think Railtown's going to 1,000. I don't think Railtown's going to 1,000. The only thing that I'm willing to give an extremely high odds of happening is what is visible in the near-term horizon. If the attorneys or the regulators can get off their collective rear ends and actually make the final announcement rather than imply it in a headline, what that does is it allows for full disclosure, and it allows all of the buyers who haven't been able to buy, if should they want to establish positions. That's the large shareholders backing Railtown. That's the insiders at Railtown. That's the large shareholders and investors backing AIP Partners, probably including owners. That's the insiders at AIP Partners. That's all of the 150 companies, their insiders and shareholders. That's all of the institutions who Canaccord Genuity could call and solicit orders. That's all of retail that Canaccord could call. But until then, until that attorney or that regulator gets back to her desk, they can't buy. So all of your FUD and worthlessness has purchase. But I didn't say that. I didn't say the stock's going to 1,000. I believe there's a credible analysis that over the next 18 months, Railtown can achieve $200 million in revenue. And at 25 times multiple on that revenue, using an expanded amount of shares outstanding, the stock could be worth $30. Now, if the multiple goes up, you could get much higher numbers. But as you go up with the multiple, that's less predictable. The other thing that could go up is the revenues. The revenues could go massively higher than that. Massively higher. But we'll stick with that. So, Fend, I'm not calling for $1,000 a share. I don't know if Railtown will exist by the year 2100. I think it's much more likely if Railtown gets up in these numbers that the stock is purchased by one of their partners. But you just want to come here and spread fear and uncertainty. I hope you're making money in Finger. Hope you're making money in some of the other stocks you're shorting. You're not going to make any money in Railtown. Did you see how Mr. Thomas Murphy Norman, they're all paid off. They're all paid off. And I'm not allowed to make the connection, but our Congress and our government is in the beck and call of AIPAC, of the Israeli lobby. I'm not saying Jewish. I'm saying Israel. Everything's in their sway. Well, what if the financial system and some of this criminality without paying taxes? I don't know. Not allowed to think that way. Only because Mr. Murphy, after getting invited to the event, posted an X that he would ask questions. Wow. Wow, and that's Norman, who was supposedly on our side. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It just never ends. It never ends. It's 1:55. Time to primary Norman. Yeah, I agree with that. Time to primary Norman. And there's Ocean Sailings. My apologies. MMAT was not a creditor. It was a person of interest that I filed with the bankruptcy. MMTLP I pretty much gave up on. Yeah, I'm Ocean Sailing. I own 4,269 shares of MMTLP, which I've shifted to NextBridge. I paid $8, $7.96 or something like that. I don't think MMTLP there'll be any settlement. I think it's going to be very difficult for NextBridge to get out from under the trouble that the shorts cause. And I've kind of given up on MMTLP. Kinda, I have. NextBridge, if anybody can do it, Greg can do it. But it's for NextBridge to work, in my judgment. I wish everybody would move their shares so he could work with the power of knowing the share count, but no one wants to do that. I think the oil and gas industry, I'm going to be attending, I hope, knock on wood, my annual conference on that. And my understanding is it has a record attendance. I might be wrong, but the last few years the attendance has been disastrous. Not last year, but there was a period of time where the theory was, and I think that still exists, out of the overly educated people coming from the Harvard and the rest of the schools, they're going to work at Fidelity and elsewhere, and they're saying that oil and gas assets will be written off to zero by 2035 or thereabouts, because the world is no longer going to use oil and natural gas. That's just insanity, and that gives an opportunity to own the assets. But what it did to these conferences and investments in oil and gas, it all disappeared for a while. Well, it's coming back, and I think for NextBridge, I think oil, unless we go to war, I think oil is actually going to come back down, particularly if we have a correction or almost a depression worldwide. I think oil is going to come back down one more time. I think, but cannot confirm, I think China is in the middle of a recession or depression, and I think China's population is vastly overestimated. So I think the demand for oil in China is not as great, maybe, as people expected, but it'll come back. They have the factories, which we don't. We've been bombing deserts and assaulting mountains. We haven't built the factories. They have the robots. We don't. They have the high-speed trains. We don't. They have the power grid. We don't. They have the heavily polluting coal plants. I guess we still have those. They have brand new nuclear power plants. We don't. I'm against that. They have the other kind of power systems. They've now set up to purchase through pipelines the massive amount of natural gas and oil that Russia can supply, and it evades the SWIFT system and the US dollar. Thank you, Victoria Nuland. Thank you, Hillary Clinton. Thank you, Joe Biden. So China's set up to be the factory for the burgeoning middle classes around the world. Oil demand is going up in the Middle East. It's going up in Southeast Asia. It's going up in many parts of Africa. Oil demand is going up in parts of South America. So the as oil prices come down, you're going to see less investment in oil discovery, in drilling. So as that leads to decline curves kicking in. So low prices, the solution, the low prices in oil and gas is low prices. So my opinion, ocean sailing, is that oil could go as low as $35, $40 next year. It won't stay there. It won't stay there. But a guy like Greg McCabe and his team, with their skills, with their contacts, they can be in a position to establish leases and assets that, as we come out of that decline in oil prices, for the next 5 years, decade, 15 years, I think oil goes to Matt Simmons numbers, $500, $600, $700 a barrel. And in that environment, I think NextBridge can make back all the money you lost, I lost, others lost. But it requires getting away from the day trading and the short squeeze theories and just giving that time to work. And I think the biggest thing we could give to Greg McCabe is send our MMTLP to AST or whatever, Xfinity or whatever it's called, so that he knows his share position. He can go to Congress. But until then, he's got to fight the criminals who threaten lives and health, and he's got to get through the Roth financing. He's got to get through the SEC that's telling him he's a public company, even though it's a private company, and it was the criminals that made it publicly traded. And he's got to avoid listening to Johnny Tobacco, who wants to put NextBridge on blockchain, because blockchain is not going to solve the problem of the leverage. You know, if you have a long enough leverage and a strong enough fulcrum, you can move the earth. Was it Euphrates or one of those, or Archimedes that said that? One of those guys said it. So if you get NextBridge trading, even if it is on blockchain, you can create derivatives, you can create the leverage, you can destroy the price so that the next time money's raised, anything good on a per share basis gets destroyed. NextBridge cannot trade. No one listens to me. I guess it's because I get too upset. I guess it's because I say preposterous things. But you've got to kick over the assumptions. You've got to be willing to say things that piss off the boardroom. You've got to be willing to tell the attorneys, I don't want to work with any of you Wall Street attorneys. You're all corrupted. And I don't want to work with any of the banks. You're all corrupted. Thank you very much. Oh, God. All right. Serenity now. Fen, the problem you have is calling the shorts the enemies. The stock goes up because the shit company is buying from each other, then calling it a squeeze. Someone wins and someone loses. Well, I see the depth of your analysis, Fen. That happens in every stock you get involved in, because even if it's a good company, you can cause, with your allies, who are our enemies, you can cause a gigantic increase in the float illegally, but You control the regulators, and the regulators do not go after you. Neither do the attorneys. And the attorneys with a straight face go in the boardroom and they'll tell collective audience and Aubrey advisors, you should do this deal. They say it with a straight face, and then the company's wiped out. They say it with a straight face. Does that make them liars or incompetent? Complicit or stupid? Or irrelevant? They are coming after this stock. It's down half a penny. And this guy Fend just wrote this. I'm sure it's Fend. You can read it at your leisure. Fuck. I'll read it to you. They're coming after him, but the attorneys, the attorneys at Railtown or the regulators, just take your time. It's not a real threat. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the threat from the shorts and the criminals. Don't worry about other attorneys talking over at E.F. Slutton to try to get you on NASDAQ so they can control their losses. Don't you worry your sweet little earlobes about it. Just take your time. You went to McGill, you went to Harvard. Take your sweet effing time to finish the MOU. And do not worry about the criminals organizing an attack. Because if you don't see it, it doesn't exist. So this guy, this is Fend. William, let's face it, you are a shit investor pushing a shit stock and has a shit community. No squeeze in any stock you have mentioned was induced by shorts. It was induced by buying and selling throughout the shit community. Do you see what they think of you? Do you see what they think of you? I actually agree with him. I don't agree with him on GTII and Finger, I don't know, 2 or Novembers or so ago. I think those were in the middle of a short squeeze. And I think, oh my God, he's dead. I think Frank Benedetto, Lou, and the CEO of COSM popped that bubble. Whether they knew they were doing it or not is a matter of indifference. But I think those were squeezing. The rest of them have never squeezed. I agree with that. One buying another shit, one selling their trash at a loss for the next person to sell it a loss. You lost traction back in 2023 with your shit advice and analysis. Your ties with Ham continued with every new suggestion of a shit stock, always low-hanging fruit, the over-the-counter market. Yeah, I think it's true that I've been associated with Ham because I did make my platform available to him. I did try in good faith to fight short selling. I'm now a little doubtful what Ham's on about. He's working very closely with Frank Benedetto, and as far as I can tell, Frank's bringing 3 more stocks. But, I'm sure Frank's looking out for everybody. I'm sure Ham is too. But it confuses me what's going on. But I think Ham has been fighting the shorts for a long time. I think it's a losing game. I think, Fend, you win. I think you win. As soon as Railtown rallies, I won't be fighting you anymore. I concede. You win. You totally win. You totally win. If I'm ever on the board or running a company, I will make sure that it's clear that that company should not be on the over-the-counter market or NASDAQ if they need to raise money. I will make sure they never do a deal with any of these so-called investment banks, including E.F. Slutton. That's my opinion. E.F. Hutton. You guys have it. You guys have it won. They weren't always over-the-counter market, by the way. They were NASDAQ. Most of them were NASDAQ. But if you're trying to make the connection that Railtown now trades on the over-the-counter market, and that I go from stock to stock to stock, and it's always over-the-counter market, and therefore Railtown is a bad stock, that's not good logic. And it proves you're not that smart. So I lost traction back in 23, maybe. I with my shit advice and analysis. Well, I don't know. I think a lot of my advice has been right. Not everybody's listened to it. I think I've been correct on Finger recently in particular, which is probably why Ham doesn't associate himself with me. So I appreciate it, Fen. Thank you for your comments. I don't know where you got my phone number, but I'd appreciate it if you lost it. It's 2:00. Railtown is zero. What does zero mean? Why is Railtown zero? Why does it show Railtown zero? What's the volume? I show zero. What is there something wrong with my system? Let's go to Yahoo. No, it's showing 5614 on Yahoo. I don't understand why E-Trade is saying zero. Let's go look. Maybe let's see if I can get a quote on Finger. Finger is 211 to 212, 2.79 million, almost 3 million shares. Pretty impressive. I smell a toad. I wish Finger had issued that stock to the toad for $3 instead of it just churning around here. But hey. Yeah, I'd show on Railtown a zero opening price, a zero high, a zero low, and zero volume, but I show a bid of 56 cents and an ask of 57.39. I don't get it. Maybe there's something wrong at E-Trade. I mean, it's moving around 56, 56.01, 57.39, 57.4, but it shows zero volume and zero for the last price. It's weird. Let's see what G-Bucks is doing. I got a price on G-Bucks. And it has the volume, it has the high and the low, bid and ask. But I don't have a price on Railtown. 0. That's weird. There is a bid and ask, but it shows no volume. Very strange. Well, let's just ignore it for the time being. I just assume it's a glitch at E-Trade, or maybe somebody here has gotten into my phone. There it is. It's come back. All right, there it is. Now it's all back. Good. So it's 5601 to 57.4. Opened at 58. The low was 53.85. 423,000 shares. So it's just a glitch at E-Trade. Yeah, it's a uniparty. Mr. Murphy then directly joined Space Call, talked for us. Even used the CC on X, asked questions to Pete Sessions a couple of weeks back in Texas. Good for Mr. Murphy. Good for Mr. Murphy. Pete Session replies CC by lying in her face in the event, and in fact blames all the shareholders for not selling our shares as per FINRA instructions. Pathetic. They own it. They own the system. They own the system. I hope Railtown develops an AI. Is it an AI or a AI? I don't know. An AI technology where we no more need attorneys for. I would love it. I don't understand why we don't have the blue sheets. I agree. I agree. It's the banging on the table they don't like. I'm sorry, I probably made too much noise. Sorry, I get so frustrated. AP man, how are you? Account settings, ocean sailing, they're all criminals. Yeah, I agree. Ocean sailing. I am sailing, endless sailing, far away across the sea. I am sailing, always sailing, to be with you, to be free. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Far away across the sea. Fend, if you're so negative, Ocean asks you, why are you here? Ocean, I'm here to find the next stock to short to obliteration. Why not start here? I'm 10 for 10, watching for 3 years. That's actually fair enough. I think every stock that these guys bring, and I include Ham, by the way, not that he does it on purpose, but I think any stock that is brought in this context, there's a trade. Very few of us are good enough to trade out. Eventually, they always destroy it. The list is so long. It's 30, 40, 50 stocks. So I don't know where Fend, I don't believe Fend that he's been here all that time, but I've been pretty clear. I want nothing to do with these stocks anymore. None of them, except for Railtown. And if there's another stock like Railtown, we'll take a shot on it. But I don't want any of these stocks. Well, the whales own 200% of the float, and they're bringing in Bitcoin, and they're going to do this, and they're going to do with that, and then the next thing you know, it's going to be past the short squeeze number, and it's going to. I'm just not interested. And he's right. Fend is correct. All they have to do is short. There's no enforcement of securities laws if you lie to your market maker, if you sell stock you don't own, if you sell stock you haven't borrowed, if you fail to deliver stock. There's no enforcement. None. If you collude, none. As long as you generate fees and commission and you have the same attorneys that work at the SEC and work for the shorts and work for the lobbyists, you have nothing to worry about. Fend has nothing to worry about. Fend is a prick and a coward, but he has nothing to worry about. All he has to do is enter in short, sell prices. He doesn't have any money. Just keep selling, keep selling, keep selling. The thing is, he does have the discipline to cover, which you and I don't always have. And he's not in it for the big, the stock's gonna, he's just in it to make money every day, every week, every month, every day, every week, every month. And he gets kickbacks. So well, I'm showing volume now. That really was weird. Ocean, I was more worried that somebody was effing with my phone than anything else. But I think it was just, maybe they were, because here account settings shows it in E-Trade. I hope he doesn't get my telephone number for his safe. Maddie, Fend is Tony De Niro's girlfriend, ordered here to disrupt. Have you read any good books lately? I read a novel. The novel I just read wasn't, but the one prior to that was pretty good. I'll show you what I'm trying to read. But I haven't been able to get going. This is the one I'm reading now. I'm only on page 35, but that's the one I'm reading now. And I think I'm I get too worked up. I need to get into a book like this. I need about 3 hours of uninterrupted time, and then I can plow through it. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of trading in Railtown now. Let me see if I can give you all something. I am sailing far away across the sea. Always sailing, endless sail to be with you, to be free. Well, this isn't helping. I am sailing far away. Who's this? Who's this person? Listen to this guy.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the very first episode of Deep Profits, where we dive deep into small cap AI companies that are shaping the future and may just reshape your portfolio. My name is Chris Roth, and I've been following the AI space closely for years, not just from the sidelines, but as a long-term investor. This channel isn't about day trading or chasing hype. It's about finding under-the-radar companies in the AI space with real long-term potential. We'll explore who's solving meaningful problems, what kind of technology they're building, and whether the fundamentals and technicals align with serious long-term upside. If that sounds like your kind of investing, you're in the right place. The first company we're featuring on the channel is Railtown AI, a small Canadian company doing something very powerful, using artificial intelligence to make software development smarter and faster. So what does that mean in plain English? Well, think about all the apps and websites we use every day. Those are built and maintained by software developers. But when something breaks in the code, finding and fixing that problem can take hours or even days. Railtown AI builds tools that automatically detect bugs, figure out what caused them, and suggest solutions right away. The system plugs directly into platforms like GitHub and Azure DevOps, which developers already use every day. So instead of guessing what went wrong, a developer gets an AI assistant that's monitoring everything in real time and pointing them straight to the issue. Well, that saves time, money, and stress. And that's a huge value proposition for any tech company trying to move fast. The company trades under the symbol RAIL on the Canadian Securities Exchange and RAILF over the counter in the US. So there you have it. Railtown AI is officially the first pit in the Deep Profits small cap AI portfolio. It's got a compelling story, growing traction in a high need space, and now a technical setup that's hard to ignore. Looking at potential price projections using Fibonacci extension analysis, we see next level targets at around $1.20 and $2 Canadian, or 90 cents and $1.40 USD. These aren't guarantees, of course, but they do give us an idea of where the price could go if momentum continues. This is just the beginning. In the weeks ahead, I'll be profiling more under-the-radar AI stocks, sharing updates on the portfolio and diving deeper into what makes a small cap worth holding. So if you're serious about long-term AI investing, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit that bell button.
That guy's name is Deep Profits.
Thanks for watching.
You can He's called Deep Profits on YouTube. Actually, Deep Profits 2025. I just found him. I didn't know. Well, I'm going to have a banana before I did have things to talk to you about this morning, and we'll go through some of them. But I've run out of, I'm so frustrated that we have to deal with this kind of crap. And whether he meant it or not, I happen to agree with him. All of these stocks, if that's what he meant, I don't know if that's what he was saying. I think he was just saying anything I talk about. But I think all of these stocks are disastrous if you're trying to invest. There's a book I want to read on that. One more little bit and I'll be done. Thank you. I was ocean sailing. If you read that a lot, you start seeing the megaliths, including the things in Greece, and you wonder, maybe those were built by different people than we. Yeah, if I can ever get through this, I would like to study the Anunnaki and other potential. Well, that might be the only civilization that was here before, and it might be that a lot of our ancient stories are representations of them. But I'd love to study what their energy was. If there previously were a civilization, were a civilization, they didn't use oil and gas. They didn't use coal. So I think it'd be fascinating to find out what energy system they used. I have a feeling it was electricity, and it may have been based on our magnet, the iron in our earth. But there's electricity throughout the universe. Maybe that was the way they did it. Railtown is now down at $1.38. I really hope, I would look forward to spending another few weeks waiting for the attorneys to tie up their loose ends. I really would. There's nothing like a good attorney. Get that document just right. You know, if it's 5:30, you need to go home. Put it aside. You can always come back to it tomorrow. Don't worry about it. The good thing is that the criminals hire the guy down the hall from you, so you can, when you meet at the cocktail hour, you can talk over your strategies. Unbelievable. It's not going to work here, though. It's not going to work here. Who is this? FNGR, deep dive into the technicals of Railtown. Shows me $1.17 as the target to take profit. I wouldn't take profit. I would not take profit. I would not take profit unless, if you're in this for a trade, you can trade, but there's no guarantee you'll get back in, and there's no guarantee it's going to just pause at 117. But I'm willing to say we can wait and see what the news says. But you're not going to see the news until September. This attorney or this regulator, she's got a lot on her plate, and she's got to take a break for the August break. It's been a tough year for her. She'll get around to it mid-September. And markets will take care of themselves by then. Don't worry about it. There won't be any pressures. Everything's red right now except finger. I mean, on the 6 stocks I look at, it's a scroll. Well, it's 5 stocks and 1 search button, so 5. The finger's up. It's good. Free stock alerts. Keep the good work. Great company with great fundamentals. I agree with you. It really is. Let's see what your targets. All right. Free stock. Thank you for your targets. 70 cents. $1.17. I said $1.20 to $1.25. So I like $1.17. And then $2.75. I think I said I don't remember. I said $2.50 or something. I don't remember. But $2.75 is a good target. $4. And then $5, we're looking at 17. You know, Tony, make sure you don't have any dinero. He made fun of me when I said that early on. I actually early on, according to him, said that the stock could go to 5 or 7 or even, I think 15, he said. It might have been 17. And that when it gets there, you might not, the news could be so good. He didn't phrase it that way, but I'm sure that's what I said. The news might be so good you don't want to sell. But anyway, I agree with that. I don't see Railtown. Looking at your targets, if you traded at 117 to try to buy it for a cheaper price, you could miss out on the next move, and then you're not back in. If you wait till 17 to sell, which is weird, I'm going to tell you something weird. You might think, well, I could sell at 17 and I'll buy it back, or I'll go do it. I'll do this energy vault trade because it's got a huge short position and the whales own the big part of it, and it's the current buzz industry, and if that gets above this price, there's going to be a squeeze. Change a few of the names and places, it's all the same basic pitch. But the problem is, if you get out, ironically, you might not be able to get back in. Because I think institutions, what's going to get this stock to 17, I think, is institutional buying. And I don't think they're buying to trade it. They'll buy it and hold it. So the only stock that's out there for FENG to get is yours. And so the way he's getting you to sell, hopefully, he thinks, is to make fun of me. Well, if I'm a bad investor, if I'm a shit, I can read to you what he said. William, let's face it, you are a shit investor. All right, let's assume I'm a shit investor, pushing a shit stock. Well, I don't agree with that. And that you all are a shit community. I don't agree with that. No squeeze in any stock you have mentioned was induced by the shorts. I think that's true, actually, except I think there was a squeeze going on in both GTII and Finger. It didn't last very long, and it got interrupted. And he's saying anything that went up was induced throughout the shit community. I don't agree with that. You're just buying one another's shit. One selling their trash at a loss for the next person to sell at a loss. And then he's saying, you lost me. I lost traction back in 23 with your shit advice and shit analysis. I guess he double uses the shit, I guess. I don't know. Your ties with Ham continued with every new suggestion of a shit stock. Always low-hanging fruit, the over-the-counter market. Well, what he wants, the connection he wants you to make, and he's here too. He wants, just because, I don't know, Ham recommends finger calls. Therefore, if I recommend Railtown, it's a bad recommendation. Or if I recommended, which I didn't, I'd never recommended. You could probably get me, he doesn't know because he hasn't paid attention, but you could probably get me for supporting Logic. And that you could get me there. But to say, well, you thought Logic was a good opportunity, therefore Railtown, and it didn't work out, therefore Railtown's a bad opportunity. There's no connection. Railtown has no connection with Finger, G-Bucks, Nixie, M10, Energy Vault, Clear Seas, Plastic, MMAT, MMTLP, Torchlight, MULN, GDC, ZJYL. Railtown has nothing to do with any of it. So if I'm a shit investor, it has nothing to do with Railtown. If I'm a shitty person, it has nothing to do with Railtown. If all these other stocks somehow, I somehow am responsible for all these other stocks and they're all shitty, has nothing to do with Railtown. If the community I'm talking to is all full of shit, that has nothing to do with Railtown. Hey, guys, this is going to happen. I don't know which one of these scenarios. One of these scenarios is going to happen. I don't know which one. If the demand for AI 2.0 remains strong. And we've got to be ever vigilant about a bubble or a mania, but I don't think it's there in AI 2.0. Railtown's down 2 cents. I hope the attorney or the regulator or the board member or the CEO or the investor, whoever, one or more, are deciding that the best thing to do is just take their sweet ass time about finalizing documents on a merger agreement that's obviously been completed because of today's announcement. Just keep taking your time. Just keep taking it. I don't mind sitting here and dealing with it. And you didn't ask me to, so it's on me. You just take your time. Take your time. There's no risk. You know, if as an attorney or a regulator, you take your time, there's absolutely no risk to the stock price or to the progress of the company. It doesn't interfere with getting financing, doesn't interfere with getting deals done, doesn't interfere with the stock price. You're not even for the stock to go up. You want it to go down. Why don't you go contact the attorneys that work with the shorts and find out how you could help the shorts get out of their 46 million share short position in Railtown? Please, just keep taking your time. Just take your effing time. If this transaction the final transaction isn't completed by Friday, don't plan on it getting done until September. So it'll be a long August. But I don't think the price will go down. I still think the price of Railtown will go higher because they've already announced several revenue deals, and I doubt those are the last ones they're going to announce. They have a great product in Conductor. They just can't talk about it. Canaccord can't talk about it. No one can buy the stock that knows what's going on. But I really hope that the attorney, a board member, big investor, an investment banker, whoever is taking their sweet ass time, I recommend you continue doing it. Just continue taking your time. Fen, I think you're wrong. What a quack job. My lunch break. All right, I'll look at that. I agree with that too. That figure went from $1 to $5. There was a chance to make money, no question. Well, Ryan, I give you credit for selling. At some point, your cost basis doesn't matter anymore. But that's, depends on how long you've held something. But at some point, your decisions have to, there's always new facts. There's always new moving parts. So it's about account value. It's about what you can make happen with your account. Guys, it's 2:43. Let's see if I can go on to other things, because this is the most frustrating. I just get sick of the attorneys or whatever it is. I don't know if it even is an attorney. All right, let me show you some things. This I want to go over because it's your friend. Screw you guys. All right, so let's take this all down. I love you. All right, let's take this down. Delete. 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 Oh, too bad I'm taking all this down. SoundHound is a good comparison to the value for SoundHound did 85 million and is losing money, and it's got a valuation of 5 billion. That's your kind of confirmation of what's going on. Railtown has AI tech similar to Windsurf. Google acquired, yeah, we already did that one. I'm going to take that one down. And I'm going to show you, I'll go through some of this stuff. it comes from all sides, but I really hope the attorneys take their time. There's no pressure anywhere, no pressure anywhere. So this is from Tony De Niro. Tony says, I don't short any stock, never have. I just work for the shorts. No, I said that. This disclosure is in every single video I make. Anyone saying otherwise is purposely lying to you, and you should really be asking why someone is slandering me. Well, I've never said if he's talking about me, I've never said he's shorting the stock. I think I might have said he's a short, but I think he works with the shorts. I believe that. Does he know he works with the shorts? Maybe not. I don't know. Why are they against people sharing opinion and due diligence discussion? See, it's always fair. Everything is always reasonable and fair. This guy's financial opinions are worthless, and his due diligence opinions are worthless. And he's very basic. He doesn't have comprehension, in my judgment, but you can listen to him. Ask why someone is working so hard to discredit educational videos. I haven't watched a single one. I don't think his videos are educational at all, based on what I hear back. Is this person promising you dates and price targets and continually moving the goalposts? I don't know. If you take what I say as a promise, then I guess. But I've been pretty much clear every single time that it's predictions, not promises. And this just shows this guy works for the shorts. He uses the same language as the Basher's Handbook. I haven't moved any goalposts voluntarily, but the dates have moved. I've been wrong. All of June, I've been wrong. All of July. I'm not going to wait for August. As soon as July's over with, I'm going to assume August is gone as well. So it'll be September. In terms of targets, I've started increasing my targets just to fight back. I don't want you guys scared out of this stock, but we'll go. Well, do they have a history of promoting money losing trades or telling you to never sell? I don't like the word promoting, but some of the things I've recommended or discussed have lost money, no question. In this case, I'm not telling you to never sell in Railtown. I am telling you that I don't think you should sell at a low price, number one. And number two, I'm telling you that if you sell hoping to buy back from a higher price, if you sell to buy back, you may not get back into it. Further, I'm telling you, as institutions buy into the stock, there may not be enough shares available for you to buy back. So I'm just telling you that. Also, I want you away from this hot shit, and Railtown can be it. And finally, if Railtown, we don't know this yet, but if Railtown's ultimate destination is to be an acquisition target by a bigger company, you can get that bump up in valuation in your account without having to pay taxable gains. And that can be really meaningful. So it's not that I'm telling you to never sell. I'm telling you Railtown is the one. You shouldn't sell at a low price. You should not treat it as hot money, and you should not listen to Tony. Red flags. Oh, he's so reasonable. He promotes discussion, reading company disclosures. Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Reading company disclosures. Oh, adult conversation. Well, I get embarrassed with adult conversation. I guess he's more comfortable talking about sex. Sharing of opinions. Look, there is no opinion to be had. It's not an opinion. When you know what the multiple is, you know what the revenue could be, you sit down and do the arithmetic. I'm sorry. It's not like we're deciding which color is a better color. Even if they don't agree with mine, as long as they are civil. Yeah, civil like you are. Making fun. Beware someone whose channel is built around attacking others. My channel isn't built around attacking others. My channel is built around these getting angry at these sons of bitches. They're just trying to steal your money. But I can't get angry for the purpose of keeping you isolated and only hearing one viewpoint. You can go listen to his fucking worthless, boring crap, but just don't act on it. I have not made any definitive statements about Railtown other than I think management team is top notch and the deal looks like it's, that's a lie. That's a lie. I just can't, I cannot stand it. I cannot stand it. That guy came out. I'll have to find it, but he trashed Railtown. He's just changing his narrative. But if you guys want to believe it, will the Railtown acquisition ever close? Yeah, oh God. Anyway, let's just go through this. He also trashed the stock before several times. He's just changing his, but he's talked to the team and now he thinks the deal will go through. I've made a couple of comments on company filings. Filings are factual, not your opinions though. So that's not even an opinion. I walked you through a case in my last video where a similar company did a 3x to show what is possible. I cannot guarantee any outcomes, but there always should be room for discussion. Again, review my videos, then ask yourself why others are lying to you. Tony, you know you're short. You don't like direct and honest answers, do you? So y'all need therapy for your conspiracy, whatever it says. Since you ask a question, I provided his answer as well as a legal disclaimer in every video, and you have a problem here, this will be the last interaction. I am not here to deal with unreasonable people, but people who want to learn. Good luck. Yeah, good luck to you. Good luck to you, asshole. All right, now let me go on to the next. Okay, I want to show you this. I want to show you this. What I have been saying for a while, since June, is that Railtown for 8 weeks is the place to have your money. And I believe longer, but I'm saying in comparison to other stocks, because I figure you still have time in the other stocks. But I didn't want you. Well, anyway, Tony started trashing Railtown back here at 28 cents, and that's verifiable. But now he's saying they have a top-notch team. He didn't say that before. and that the deal's going to go through. So he's done his fudstering, and you missed this. You missed doubling your money by listening to Tony, and now he's being reasonable. But anyway, here in the yellow, that's June to now. That's the price action in Railtown in the yellow to now. So when I said, as I often did, if you compare this to this other stock, ask yourself, what do you expect it to do in the next 8 weeks? At least with Railtown, we've gotten the positive movement, about a double over this 2-month period. The horizontal blue lines are breakouts. The lower one is where I think it broke out. The upper one is where it's having a hard time breaking out. I drew a channel here, which anybody can do, but this is the one I chose to draw. And it does tell me that the stock could go sideways or slightly down before it hits support again. And maybe that's what's happening today. It'd be interesting to see if that lower channel, I drew this yesterday, if that lower channel is 54 cents, because maybe now that's support and we can bounce off of it and be done with this. All right, so let me compare it to this one. So this is G-Bucks. That yellow is that same time frame. So if you decided perhaps that you wanted to temporarily, that it made sense to swap out of G-Bucks and get into Railtown, in general, I mean, there's some trades there, but in general, it's all right. G-Bucks went down or went sideways while Railtown doubled. So that trade-off worked so far. I'm not saying it'll work forever. Fingers, same thing. You've got a sell-off during that. The yellow is the time frame, and that orange line, by the way, is resistance. And I think the stock broke that resistance today. So maybe that's the support now. Anyway, the main thing here is if people swapped out to see what happened in Railtown, you're ahead of the game right now. It doesn't, every day is a new day. This is Mountain. I don't know if Mountain was on offer, but basically, if you did not get into Mountain in June, you're ahead of the game. In July, it looks like, depending on where what you paid for Mountain, you might have made some money in Mountain in July. On the other hand, you had to take your profit because you've given it back. But in general, this proves the strategy of sitting down in June, for me anyway, and saying, what do I expect to happen in the next 8 weeks? So far, it's been okay. This is ZJYL, same sort of story where that's been down for most of the 8 weeks. However, in the last sort of 2 weeks, 3 weeks, ZJYL has been up. But in general, from the beginning of June, if you decided I'm going to play Railtown instead of these other stocks, so far, you're ahead of somewhat. Let's see what this one is. GNS. Well, GNS has nothing to do with that. GDC is another one. GDC, actually, probably GDC is the one stock out of ours that's actually gone up. So if you swapped out of GDC to get into Railtown, it's probably a push, depending on where you sold or where you are now, but it's probably a push. But still, I would have made that change any time. Now I'm going to delete these. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. All right, I want to show you, here's a neutral stock. This is GNS. And this is what happens with the system. You get a promoter, like the CEO. He comes on all the space calls. This is my fight. I think Ham introduced him to this. He met Ham, whatever. I'm not blaming Ham. I'm just saying that this guy with 3 first names comes on promoting, gets in the space calls, and the stock rallies. It's all a bunch of stories. As soon as it hits those highs, there's promoters, you're paying people, people get some stock. As soon as it hits there, they get a deal done, and it's straight down. Now, in this case, I don't think they did a deal up at that high, but they shorted it down after everybody's in it. And then here, where it pops back up, that's where I think they got a deal done. And then it's just straight down. They don't go down vertically, they do it on a diagonal because they want to suck as much of it out from you. And then there's a final little bounce back, and you go, oh God, I'm making my money back. No, he did a reverse split. That's GNS. But they're not the only one. Not the only one. This is CRTD. So in comes the genius, the honest guy, buys some pizza, starts talking to you, and look at the run-up. And then I guess he killed the deal on purpose, but then it's straight down, 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 down. And where the promoters come in, not in this case, so it's neutral to talk about, but a promoter might come in and say, oh, you got to start buying, there's a big short, it's going to run, blah, blah, blah. That promoter gets stock down at this very bottom, and then as it rallies, that promoter has time just to get out. At almost any price, they're making money. 100,000 shares, 500,000 shares. And who are you? You're left, standing there. And this is a good bet. This is not an investable thesis. Here's another one. COSM. Did we already do this one? COSM. They come in, Frank, Lou, and Gus come in and say, get out of GTII, get out of Finger, come over here. Well, it rallies up like a banshee, they do a deal. They took $35 million out of the market. And then it's just down, 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 down. Do you think they still own their shares? Do you think they still own their shares? But the investment thesis is, hurry up, get in here. It's a big short position. They're not going to do a deal. They're going to change their name. They're going to change their CUSIP. What idiotic things. And it's going to squeeze. Well, you get in here. It runs up. They get a deal done. Everybody gets paid except you. And they keep coming time after time after time with the same story. What's this one? I already did GNS. What's this one? CLNV, Clear Vision Corp. In comes an IR guy, talks about it on the space calls. It goes from low to all the way up, and then boom, crash. Down, 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 down. Do you think he still owns his stock? And then it rallies again, maybe for another deal, and then all the way down. Are these investable themes? Is this where you want your money? Let me just look at these last two. What's this one? Oh, this is, I think, GTII Holdings. Oh, no, this is, I don't know which one this is. I can't read that up there. Anyway, it's the same bloody pattern, whatever stock it is. It starts trading up there, they get a deal done, and then it's straight down. They pop it up, and it corrects. And what the hell stock is this? All it says is holdings up there. What's this one? Oh, this is Energy Vault. It's a little bit better, but it's still from the past, straight down. Now it's up a bit, they bring it back down. Now it pops up. What do you think the next moves are in Energy Vault? What do you think the next moves are in Energy Vault? I mean, it's up to, you can, I'm sure this time will be different. Let other people follow that advice. Let them go get their own clients. All right, now I'm going to show you some of these. And this is all in the context of, they're going to say, well, you sure have a lot of files. Okay, what's this one? GDC, I already showed you that. I'm going to take that one down. Okay, let's go. This is NVIDIA. And this is the max. I hit max. So from 2002, 2006, 2010, 2014, indistinguishable movements. And then all of a sudden in 2018, it starts to pick up, and look at that move. It goes from, I don't know what, $10 to 173. And you look at that chart, and that, depending on what's ahead, that chart can look like it's all risk and you're going to get a correction, or it looks like it took a long time to build its base and it can go higher. Nobody knows. But I'm just saying that we're in a bull market since about 2010, 2009. Money's been loose. The Kardashians are loose. The dogs of war are on the loose. And stock prices just keep going up. Can it continue? Well, it's hard to bet against it, but you got to be aware at some point it won't continue. Here's Apple. Flat, indistinguishable in the long run. And then in 2005 or 6 or 7, it starts to pick up. Basically, once money became easy and interest rates were zero, Apple started from the mat and went up. And right now it's at 213. Is that, I would argue Apple, of all the big MAGA companies, unless they do something with their technology soon, they have the most risk to me of their multiple coming back, because they're just they become a phone company, a computer company, Dell Computer. But look at that. Look at this. This is Microsoft. Another one. From about 2012 or 13, it just took off. Is that easy money? Is that earnings? Is that the top of the market? We don't know. But we have to bear this in mind, that the markets have basically gone up in these stocks. 513. Here's Advanced Micro Devices. Ironically, of all their partners, this is the one I'd prefer to get stock in because it really hasn't run up as much. Although you could argue that chart's not that attractive. And if the market's over with, it's going to roll over too. My favorite is this one, Intel. Of all of them, I'd rather get stock in Intel because Intel hasn't done anything. That gives you the most upside, but you got to count on good management. And then there's Alphabet. That one doesn't have the sheer verticality of some of the other stocks. So that might be a good one if they came and bought us. And here's Meta. I don't know about Meta. But that's a buyer. And then here's Constellation Software. And this is the company that's going to be emulated. And look how well they did compared to the MAGA 7. Pretty amazing. Their market cap's $100 billion. That's the company that's most likely going to be our analog. Pretty amazing, huh? I want to talk to you about that company. Here's will high risk equal high reward? He's always giving you innuendo. You don't need it. It's just opinion. Anyone that doesn't want to hear my opinion is being mean, and they're liars. Why does anyone have to hear his opinion? He's a frickin' theater critic. Yeah, it looks like Railtown's down 275. I wouldn't count on that happening until September. I think the attorneys are not going to get that done. All right, so I want to show you this on Constellation. So this is an excerpt. I didn't pay for the full report. This is an excerpt from Speedwell Research. Goes over Constellation Software's early history. So they've got a really big report, 40 pages. Here's where you can find it. Info at Speedwell Research. I didn't pay for the whole thing. So here's the founding history of Constellation Software. A private man, not much is known about the early life of Mark Leonard. As far as the internet is concerned, he first appeared in life when he attended University of Guelph in Ontario in the 1970s. Without much financial support, he worked a motley crew of jobs to get through college, including a grave digger, a park ranger, a bouncer, a furniture mover, a researcher, warehouse employee, and a mason's helper. Despite long hours, which were labor intensive, he would shield his spare time to self-study and read various literature. Having to work to put himself through college, it took 7 years of juggling demanding jobs and part-time classes to get his bachelor's degree. he continued with a grab bag of jobs after graduation in order to continue his studies with an MBA at the University of Western Ontario's Ivey Business School. At graduation, he had a job lined up as an overpaid wanker. Even though it provided higher pay and better job security, it was a continuation of the pattern of taking jobs out of necessity rather than following some sort of grand plan. That would soon change. This is one picture of him. He figured out the summer before, whilst interning, that he wouldn't want to be a banker for long. A boss had actually told him that. And he was advised to go through the bank's client list and see whose business looked the most interesting. With an attraction to learning technical fields and helping build something enduring, he was drawn to venture capital. After blanketing every Canadian VC firm with his application, he was swiftly rejected by each. Not deterred, undeterred, he spent the little money he and his wife had to fly to Vancouver conference or venture capital conferences in order to network and angle himself for a job. Eventually, it worked, and he joined Ventures West, a leading VC firm in Canada. Over the next 11 years in venture capital, Mark Leonard would solidify what he wanted to build. He would fondly recall how fulfilling it was to build something properly as a masonry, which required mastery and would be there 100 years later. To his surprise, this was in contrast to many of the startups he worked with that had a build to sell mentality. His masonry experience, coupled with some mentorship that exposed him to the Buffett and Munger orthodoxy, inspired his plan to construct an enduring company. This nebulous desire, however, only started to calcify after a novel insight about the success of Venture West's portfolio companies. He noticed that their most successful venture investments were, focus on this, vertical market software companies. Vertical market software companies, VMS, vertical market software companies, which to Leonard seemed to have all of the business virtues Buffett would want, and in addition, they had a competitive moat. The problem, though, was that each vertical market software, VMS company, was relatively small to the overall portfolio results because of their size. His idea was to create a holding company which would just focus on acquiring VMS, vertical market software companies, vertical market software companies, which he imaginatively wanted to call Software Co. Mark's reputation as a sharp thinker with a strong work ethic made many of his Venture West colleagues enthusiastic to provide capital for his idea, which, when placed alongside an old business buddy, capital, who happened to work at Omer's. So it's a bad sentence. I can't fix it on the fly. But some of his colleagues funded his idea alongside with an old business buddy who happened to work at Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System, OMERS. So his buddies, his colleagues, women and men at Venture West, and a former colleague, a former friend who happened to work at OMERS, Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System Pension Fund, allowed Mark to raise his full $25 million Canadian. OMERS. There was one piece of feedback, though. The name Leonard picked was terrible. And so software company became Constellation Software, a reference to seeing a unifying picture of otherwise unconnected pieces. And it was launched in 1995. Do you see it? It was launched with OMERS, Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System. They don't say who the buddy is, but what if that buddy right here, what if that buddy was John Ruffalo? I don't know. Could have been Dr. Tom Core. So Constellation closed their first acquisition in 1995 with Trapeze. And by the way, if you want to compare it, Constellation would have been comparably a penny stock compared to where it is today. So it's not a fair criticism, I don't think. Constellation closed their first acquisition in 1995 with Trapeze, a provider of fixed route scheduling software to North American public transit authorities. A year later, they acquired Harris Computer Systems, which focused on software solutions for the utilities industry. Leonard would have already been familiar with them as they were both actually Venture West portfolio companies. While details of their acquisitions are almost never disclosed, Mark Leonard did write a newsletter at the time called Opportunity Above All. Only a few editions of the newsletter were published, ostensibly axed for competitive reasons, but there are some interesting insights in those issues. In the first edition, he remarked that a company growing revenues in the high teens with a low 20s EBITDA margins was worth an average of 1.65 revenues before an illiquidity discount for private companies. He goes on to say, quote, "We focus on buying companies that have a track record of double-digit growth and good profits. When we can find an industry-leading firm with these characteristics and good management, we will pay up to 1.2 times, look at that, 1.25 times revenue in cash." You should compare that to some of the stocks you invest in. Some of them are just revenue, and that's what I say. Some of these stocks should be 1-2 times revenue. Anyway, to the extent that these characteristics are missing, we discount the price. So, so they buy at the nice price. They have an idea of what they're going to pay. Paying 1.25 revenues for a software company, these are mature, they're tiny, with a positive cash flow might seem cheap. But keep in mind, these are typically less than $5 million revenue companies, which have growth prospects already greatly constrained by their TAM, whatever TAM is, total assets under management, their TAM. Tiny asset, I don't know what TAM is, and do not have natural buyers, as private equity firms tend to only focus on larger companies. Valuations have risen Given that they are acquiring so many small companies, having made multiple capital allocators who can find acquisition opportunities and deploy capital is critical and actually at the heart of their success. So I don't know if they ever talk about this in what I printed, but this is the area where I'm looking forward to learning how they do it. So they acquire, they manage, they build, and they have capital sources in the middle. A few years later, his friend, who helped arrange the original Omer's investment, left the pension fund. That sounds like John Ruffalo, because he left and started Omer's Ventures. Or then he started his own equity fund. It could be. They don't say. So his friend left Omer's, and somebody else took over this investment at Omer's. They didn't get along. But then down here, a new investment came from TD Capital, Canadian Private Equity Partners, in 2006. But my point, we don't have to get buried in that. My point is there's demand even here from a group like TD Capital. So I think there's going to be demand for Railtown if the attorneys can if she can ever get back to her desk. I don't know if she's in the middle of an affair, juggling, taking care of something else. I don't know what's on her plate. Unlike most IPOs, this public offering raised zero primary capital and was instead solely to provide early investors a liquidity event. In fact, they've never raised public equity, and their shares outstanding has remained unchanged at 21 million to this day. Constellation still only has 21 million shares, and they've grown from, I don't know, $1 to $5,000. They have 100 billion in market cap, and they don't have any more shares outstanding. What if that similar kind of model were used here? We'll find out. At IPO, they had acquired 45 companies with 165 million in total revenue. Sounds like what we can do here. Now Constellation generates 5 billion annually with 750 companies. Sorry, I'm trying to delete. All right, let's see what else I had for you. I don't know if I had anything else. Didn't have anything else. I did not have anything else. Okay. Let's go back up here. I am sailing. I'd love to talk about that sometime. I'd love to read about it. Thank you, Free Stock Alerts. Tony and Frank are on board now. I'm really scared. I don't know. Remember the motive. One possible motive for Frank is he wants you to make money. John Dick. Tony giving innuendo? Tony not allowed to give his opinion? What the fuck are you doing then? Yes, Tony's not allowed to give his opinion on stocks I'm been working on for many months, and I've been doing due diligence, when Tony's only goal, in my judgment, is to spread fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And just because he's got an opinion doesn't mean I have to listen to it or anyone here has to. So yes, it's not a democracy. He can go recommend his own stocks. He doesn't have to come into my space trying to take these customers so he can make his living. But if you want to listen to him, John Dick, go listen to him. Kitteridge. Some scumbags want to discredit you for their agenda. You have only provided opinion. I agree, not financial advice. We just talk things over. A little comedy, a little bad jokes, a lot of reflection, and shitty singing. I urge you to keep tapping the table. We support you. Thank you for letting me know that I shouldn't tap the table. What determines a stock selling options, and is it possible for Railtown in the future? Well, if they go on the NASDAQ, the criminals will use options to manipulate the price, and they'll probably get a financing done at a firm like Canaccord. Canaccord has some reputable investment banking operations, but Canaccord is a front for the shorts. The shorts are massive problem. And I think the NASDAQ, I think they should avoid NASDAQ at all costs. If they go in the New York, is it better? I think so, because it's larger requirements, but they will have options there too, puts and calls. But I also think by the time you get on the New York, you're going to have institutional following. The argument is you need to be on NASDAQ to get institutional following. It's a disaster. Adina Friedman is a disaster. Look at Finger. Oh, well, that's a different story. Well, all right. Look at Torchlight. That's a different story. Look at MMT. Oh, that's a different story. Look at MU. That's a different story. Look, it's endless. NASDAQ is a slaughterhouse. And the criminals work with attorneys and prime brokers, and I think the pooftas in Adina Friedman's office, the poofs, not the pooftas, the softies, the cotton balls in Adina Friedman's office, no substance, and they cheat. And so I think it would be a disaster for Railtown to go on NASDAQ. So Wall Street Wolfie says Railtown. Alan says let's fucking go on Finger. I think he's a little late, but maybe not. Finger is up 28 cents now on almost 3 million shares. It was higher earlier. So the question becomes, Alan, is this the prelude to tomorrow or the next few days, some sort of major squeeze operation? Or is this all she wrote for the upside? I don't know. If I had to guess, and it's a conspiracy theory, I think that the criminals are the criminals short in Finger, and the criminals that did 90% of the Roth Capital financing could be working with the criminals trapped in Railtown. Could be. Could be. All right, so we've got 20 minutes, 25 minutes to get through here. Uh-oh. Jim Cramer is losing his cool about interest rates again. Finally, Donald Trump. Trump says on Gaza Strip, we have to get the kids fed. Finally, we have to get the kids fed. I'll tell you one thing, Donnie boy, get rid of Netanyahu's aide-de-camp from your White House. Tell Wiley it's time to take a break. She used to work for Netanyahu. Tell her you want to talk to some Palestinians. Tell her you don't want her screening, so the only advice you get is from top American Jews in the banking system and top Israeli foreign service officers. Tell Susan Wiley you want to talk to some Palestinian and Arab PhDs and doctors and finance types. Tell Susan Wiley you want to broaden your source of information, Donald Trump. I love it you say that. We have to get the kids fed. It doesn't bother you that Netanyahu is blocking all aid? Oh, Hamas. That's right, Hamas. I'm so glad, Donald Trump, that you said that. I'm so glad. Braves are acquiring Carlos Carrasco. Oh my God, Delta Airlines pilot arrested after landing. I won't tell you why, it's pretty bad. Deion Sanders, bladder cancer. Oh, have to say a prayer for him. Or he's cured. Is he cured? He's cured. Oh, that's great. Good. Tesla lands $16.5 billion deal to produce AI chips. NFL player collapses during training camp. I'm sure it has nothing to do with, you know. All right, 20 minutes to go. Neocons playing Trump for the fool. This comes from Martin Armstrong. Trump has been bamboozled by the neocons. He has shortened the 50-day period to 10 days, and he will impose massive tariffs on Russia, which is exactly what FDR did to Japan. That began World War II. Trump needs to get out of his head, out of his ass. That's a weird sentence. I thought he was smarter than this. He knows there is no answer. This will only promote war, and he has been played as the fool by the neocons all over again. He might as well bring in John Bolton as VP right now. With Europe gearing up for war and drafting everyone, you really expect Putin to fall to his knees? If he wants peace, he should honor the Minsk agreement, which was negotiated in good faith. Before all of this started, Putin even told Zelensky the Minsk agreement was important to honor. I would not bend the knee to Trump if I were Putin. The West has made a fool of him with the last peace agreement. Then there was another peace agreement that Putin agreed to. Boris Johnson flew to Kiev to dictate to Zelensky that he was not allowed to sign that one. Trump has been played for a fool. I guess not even he can beat the computer. Trump is taking us into World War III, even if he thinks he is negotiating. Gulp, that's pretty scary. It's pretty scary. That is pretty darn scary. Trump signals break with Netanyahu on Gaza hunger crisis. I hope so. I hope so. President Trump on Monday signaled a break with, this is the Hill, signaled a break with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, born some other name, grew up in the United States, born in Poland, on the unfolding humanitarian crisis in Gaza, where Trump acknowledged there was real starvation happening. Trump told reporters that he did not particularly agree with Netanyahu's claim that there was no starvation happening in Gaza, which has been devastated by Israel's war against Hamas. The president said the United States would take a more active role in getting food into the region. Bravo. Bravo. I mean, based on television, I would say not particularly, because those children look very hungry. All right, let's see what's going on here, Northeast Iowa. Let's see, we got 15 minutes left. Let's just follow the price. Says, and I'm going to sign off at 4 o'clock unless something gets me going. 90 degrees, good Lord. That's as hot as it is here. But 4.35. At 53.90. Wow, that's a pretty good price. That's a pretty good price. Good job, Northwest. Justin, that's also, you guys are doing the right thing. You're taking advantage of the limbo, because that's all it is. It's just a limbo. It's just a limbo. We're not going to be here. Okay, so Finger is 208, up 28 cents on 2.94 million shares. G-Bucks is down 18 at 130. Nixie is down 8 at 188. Mountain is down 134 at $14.30. And Railtown is down 4 cents at 52.61, 54.39. And I really suggest that the attorneys take their time. I think Railtown, your clients that are paying you, I think Railtown can survive this for another 2 or 3 months. Just take your time. Make sure that document stands the test of time. Hey, I'm Almost Legend. Hate to see you frustrated, but understandably so. If the LOI announcement lags into September, how do you see the price? Well, if it lags, I think the price actually will go up. Why do I say that? Because not a lot. I'm not saying if the LOI lags, I think the stock will go to 60, 70, 80, 90 cents range. But I doubt it'll go over $1. Because they keep announcing these other revenue deals. But in my heart of hearts, I don't think it's going to delay. I think they have to get it done tomorrow, Wednesday or Thursday. But I don't know what lawyers think about. I don't know what motivates attorneys. I really don't. I don't know what motivates regulators or others that just stall. I don't know. But I really think I'm Almost Legend. It'll get done by Friday. And it's my assumption only. Nobody else's, that August is a vacation time. But that's just been my experience most of my, so-called career, dealing with investors and big deals or small deals. August is, nothing happens in August. So I sure hope they get it done the next 2 or 3 days. I can't imagine what's taking so long. They put out a news story today with the headline that couldn't be any clearer about the tie-up between the two companies. So what's the delay on making a formal announcement that they got married? I don't get it. But I'm sure it's some attorney somewhere. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be so edgy about it, but the stock's down 4 cents today on 500,000 shares because an attorney can't get off her ass. Of course, I could be wrong. Maybe it's, number one, maybe it's a guy. Number two, maybe it's not an attorney. Maybe it's some, I don't know. I can't imagine what it is. They have a bid now at 52.61. It's interesting that chart I had. This chart, I would almost bet that if you look at that lower, that trend, it's a channel there, If you look at that lower line, that it comes in right here at 53.33. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. When all your love's in vain. It's hard to tell, but it looks like we might be meeting that support. So that maybe it's a healthy correction we needed to have happen. I don't know. I don't know. Don't worry, I'm almost legend. I think I'm overreacting. I think there's a possible lesser analysis, which could be that you have a bunch of attorneys from all different angles pressing for this, that, and that, and you might have one attorney saying, "Hey, you got to announce this. You got to announce this out of the Middle East. This is really big." And the other attorneys saying, "No, we got to get the main event announced. The main MOU announced. No, you got to do this. So maybe it's just a matter of compromising and following legal advice. I mean, it's just very frustrating. I hate seeing, for the people today that bought the stock, this is a fantastic pullback, but I just hate seeing the risk that these thieves can shake people out of stocks. I mean, it's legend. It's totally fine to have stocks pull back. It's healthy, in fact. But I just don't want people getting shaken out because this stock is not trading on all the information that is available. Once all the information is available and buyers come in who right now are precluded from buying, I think the price is significantly higher just out of the gate. Out of the gate could be 2 hours, 2 days, 2 weeks, I suppose longer. But right now, these guys have free reign because no one enforces. They can say anything they want, and they come on and they say Tony has an entitlement to have his opinion with my investors. Screw that. If he's well-meaning, all right, but he's not well-meaning in my judgment. But it gives them room to play, and that really upsets me. All because some chick somewhere can't get off her vacation and get the document done. Of course, it's probably some elderly attorney who is taking his sweet ass time. I don't know. I'm just frustrated. To me, legend, it seems like that press release this morning makes it obvious the two companies are joined at the hip. So why not announce it? What the hell? Then you could see some other buying to come in, counteracting all this fakery. But it's time for me to grow up, right? Don't be all upset. Just live with it, lump it. It's my fault. The stocks are down because it's my fault. And I'm so sick of it. I can't wait. I can't wait till we're doing something else. So look, we got 5 minutes to go. Railtown's down 4 cents. G-Buck's down 14 cents. Nixie's down 8 cents. Mountain's down $1.34. And Finger is up $2.75. Finger's doing pretty well. Railtown last trade 53.33. The bid is $52.61. The ask is $54.39. $52.61, $54.39, 7,500 by 39.5. And I guess the other thing, Legend, is I don't know what's going on. Of course I don't, but I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I have no right to know. I have no right to know. So who knows what's going into the decision making? It's just me. I would have had this darn thing done weeks ago, and I would have made every damn attorney and every well, you can't make regulators do anything. But I would have just, I don't know. It's just frustration spilling over. It'll be all right. If I'm right on my graph, this will bounce back, maybe not tomorrow, but maybe by the end of the week. And it should continue upward in its price. Don't worry, even if we have to wait 30 days for the MOU to get finalized, I think the stock will go up. They've already announced such powerful, for lack of a better word, revenue deals, although there's no revenue in them. I just think there'll be more of that. This is a great story, and it's just this temporary pain I hate. And it's the risk that people sell out. And it's not, Tony calls me a liar or whatever. That's fine, whatever. But it's not about, I just don't want people to be out of it because this is your way out. This is the stock that's going to change people's financial accounts. And I mean, there's no guarantees, of course, in anything, but compared to the rest of this hodgepodge, look at this. They're going to close Railtown at 54 cents. The volume is 480,840. The bid is 54 for 18,000. The ask 1,000 shares 56.6. And we got about a minute and I don't know, 20 seconds left to go. Finger is the only green that I see right now. I'm sure there's others. It's 2,975,000. So they're going to probably do 3 million. It's 209 by 212. And last trade 210.5. Railtown is 54 by 56.6, 54 by 56.6, 18 by 1, 18 by 1, 54, 56.6. The volume is 480,840, less than a minute to go. 12,000 bid for at 54, 1,000 offered at 56.6. Less than 30 seconds, I'm sure. And if it closes here on the bid, it's down 6% on the day. But all right, that's where it closed, 54. The ask is now 52, the offer 57.3. The shares 480,840. Stock down 3 cents, more than 3 cents. And congratulations to the criminals. They had a good day. Pressure's down a little bit. And I hope the attorney, I hope she was able to get back to her desk this evening. Maybe she can get something done by the time she wakes up tomorrow, gets into the office tomorrow morning. But otherwise, yeah, Legend. It could be it could be September. But don't worry. I think you're seeing. I think you're seeing the weakness in the stock that you're going to see. This is it. I don't think they're going to be able to break it down. I'm not sure what attorney is giving advice to delay the announcement of the combination. I think they run the risks of violating securities laws too. It's very tough when you're long, but if you don't get news out, they can accuse you of something with Reg FD. So I'm sure they have good attorneys, and I'm sure it'll get out at some point if we're lucky. It's just disappointing, I'm Legend. Northeast, school starts August 21st. Wow. So Fenn's opinion, just so you guys know, Fenn thinks it's going to go below 30 cents and then under a penny, and there's more bag holders inbound. What I appreciate, whoever the attorney is or regulator or whomever is holding up the process, I really appreciate that you give life to this kind of crap. I know stock price is beneath your dignity, but stock price is what makes companies successful and pays your salary. That was my concern. If the LOI announcement can slag, if they would continue shorting. I'm not I think today was a coordinated attack. I'm almost Legend. I think for some reason, board members and lawyers think if they put out something that means something to them, that the rest of the market cares. Nobody in the market cares for Railtown. Railtown announced today, Railtown AI Technologies and AI Partnerships partner with Brait AI to bring Canadian AI to Dubai. No one cares. It means nothing to the market. And then they put out 11 days ago, Railtown AI announces a new feature release called Auto Triage as part of the company's best-in-class conductor platform. Nobody cares. It means nothing. But lawyers think it's somehow important. Lawyers don't know what the hell they're doing. Then Railtown, 18 days ago, Railtown AI Technologies announces strategic development and revenue sharing partnership with Ignite Sequence LLCs. No one cares. No one cares. And then they announced a private placement. And then a month ago, Railtown AI Technologies announces a strategic partnership with ESG AI Technologies. No one cares. No one cares. But the attorneys in the boardroom, hey, this is going to be great. No one cares. They care about one thing. Finish, announce, complete the MOU. But then they announced last month, Railtown AI Technologies announces commercialization of groundbreaking developer frameworks, LangTrax and Railtrax. Nobody cares. And then 2 months ago, Railtown AI is to present LangTrax, their product LangTrax, agentic framework at the Upper Bound conference. Nobody cares. Then 2 months ago, they announced Railtown AI Technologies launches powerful Visual Studio extension to supercharge developer productivity with AI. 2 months ago. Nobody cares. But the attorneys convince themselves that all this shit's important and it's going to have an impact. Nobody cares. And then 2 months ago, Railtown AI to present at the Elevate AI. Nobody cares. Ah, 5 months ago, Railtown AI Technologies announces MOU to acquire AI partnerships. There they care. 5 months ago. That they care about. February 11th, 2025, Railtown AI Technologies is pleased to announce it has executed an MOU for the acquisition of AI Partnership Corp. MOU, it's not final, but the lawyers, they'll sort it out. Just trust them. Railtown's a Toronto, no, sorry. Railtown is pleased to announce it has executed an MOU for the acquisition of AI Partnerships Corp., a Toronto-based company that has an established network of affiliates of over 160 North American AAS companies that provide AI-based VMS, vertical market solutions, and AI development and management tools. The acquisition will create a dynamic organization that drives substantial revenue growth and scales enterprise AI solutions worldwide. That they care about. AIP's affiliate network operates around the world and industries, fintech, healthcare, manufacturing, supply chain management, and etc. The combination of Railtown AI and AIP is expected to provide both organizations with an opportunity to hire a ton of lawyers and may switch their attorneys, their legal representation, if the attorneys can't get up off their ass and get anything done. The combination of Railtown AI and AIP is expected to provide both organizations an opportunity to leverage Railtown AI's Conductor product as a platform of choice for AI application development by AIP's current and future affiliates and their end users. It's a great story. Release the Kraken. One of the fundamental objectives in the establishment of AIP's affiliate network was to allow AIP to identify and acquire, purchase the best affiliates as part of a broader strategic roll-up strategy. The transaction is expected to provide the resulting entity capital and a public structure, and the need to effing go through a bank of attorneys who couldn't write up a contract to get out of a wet paper bag. AIP's established affiliate network provides a significant opportunity to grow recurring revenue streams through affiliate acquisitions. AIP's established affiliate network provides a significant opportunity to grow recurring revenue streams through affiliate acquisitions, which the revenue could be enhanced. The recurring revenue streams could be enhanced by deploying Railtown's AI proprietary technologies across the affiliate network and its customers. But let's not get that news out. Let's just hold on. The key drivers of revenue growth include affiliate acquisitions. As soon as they announce that deal, they can start acquiring, they can start bringing in revenue. But let's wait for the attorney. She's had a tough summer. Or whoever it is. Maybe it's some 300-pound board member that can't get out of bed and he's got gout and a distemper and he's a bit of a jerk. I don't know. The key drivers of revenue growth: affiliate acquisitions. The company plans to acquire select The company plans to acquire, but let's hold off on it. Let's hold off on it. Let's just let this attorney, line things up. She's got some other things to take care of. Let's not move forward with our business plan. Let's get buried by the attorneys. They need a new law firm. Somebody needs a new law firm. So the key drivers of revenue growth include affiliate acquisitions, buying the companies in the network. The company plans to acquire select high-performing affiliate companies. And as a result of combining those companies' product offerings with Railtown's, we will provide a rich suite of vertical market AI-based applications and development tools in order to meet the needs of enterprise clients. But let's not worry about revenue. Let's let the attorneys worry about where the T is crossed in the document, or which page the paragraph should be that covers their ample S. All right, what's another source? Another driver of revenue growth is platform integration. Railtown AI's Conductor platform could streamline AI development for the affiliate companies and their enterprise clients. What's another driver of revenue growth? Expanded partnerships. But you can't do it till you have the document done. Take time on the document. No worries here. We've got the patience. It's been 6 months. How much more time do you need? Maybe you should go get a public attorney's job somewhere. Go work for the government. Okay, so another driver of revenue growth, expanded partnerships. With relationships already in place with major technology partners, including Mila, which is a AI technology and funding group, AMII, same thing, Microsoft, NVIDIA, AMD, and UBC, the company will continue to leverage partnerships to accelerate enterprise sales and product innovation. Then, finally, they already have recurring enterprise revenue. The integration of AI-based vertical market applications, along with AI development and management tools and services across the whole network, is anticipated to drive recurring revenue growth from long-term enterprise contracts. Of course, none of this is going to be visible unless the lawyer can get off her butt and finish the final document. Quote, this acquisition represents a transformative moment for both Railtown AI and AI partnerships. This was written 6 months ago. By combining our Conductor platform with AIP's extensive affiliate network and enterprise partnerships, we are creating a powerhouse hidden behind the skirts of an attorney somewhere. We are creating a powerhouse that will drive significant revenue growth and deliver innovative AI solutions to businesses worldwide. The opportunities ahead are immense. We are poised to expand our reach, to scale enterprise sales, and to accelerate innovation across industries. Together, we will shape the future of AI in ways that unlock long-term value for our shareholders, customers, partners, and make sure our attorneys are well effing paid. And they can take as long as they want to if they're having problems paying their mortgage, said Corey Brandolini, CEO of Railtown AI. Quote, from its inception, AIP set out to assemble the largest network of AI solution organizations who provide a diverse package of AI solutions which meet the needs of enterprises in industry sectors that realize significant rates of return from the adoption of AI-based application solutions. We found Railtown's conductor had broad deployment relevance across the entirety of our network, and we're proud to talk about it and tell everyone in the world, but we can't tell you anything more until our attorneys release the documents, which for some reason they're not doing. But no worries, no worries, no worries. They'll get around to it. They'll get around to it. So we found Railtown's conductor had broad deployment relevance across the entirety of our network. We are excited to implement our public market vision as we commence with an aggressive targeted affiliate acquisition mandate. As we commence with an aggressive targeted affiliate acquisition mandate, which right now is on hold because an attorney hasn't gotten back from her vacation. We are excited to implement our public market vision as we seek to commence with an aggressive, targeted affiliate acquisition mandate upon the conclusion of this exciting transaction, stated Dr. Tom Core, CEO of AI Partnerships Corp. To facilitate the acquisition, Canaccord Genuity has been engaged as an exclusive financial advisor. Both companies are working toward finalizing a letter of intent to formalize the acquisition in the coming weeks, unless an attorney says it should take an eternity before she can complete her task. The acquisition is expected to position the company to capitalize on the rapidly expanding demand for AI solutions in key sectors. The ability to provide enterprise clients with a fully integrated suite of AI tools and advanced solutions gives the organization a great future. The reason it upsets me this morning as opposed to any other morning is because it's in the headline. Obviously, the deal's done. She just must be on vacation. Let me show you something. About, you remember I just read to you about Constellation Software? Here's the founder of, here, let me put it up there. It says founders of AI Partnerships. His name is Michael Nobrega. Nobrega. And he's the former president and CEO of the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System, OMERS. They funded Constellation Software. You don't think these guys are ready to invest in this one? but the attorney has to get up off her ass. So former president and CEO of the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System, OMERS, he was the president, one of Canada's largest pension funds with more than 100 billions in assets under management. And then there's Dr. Tom Core, who didn't work at OMERS, but he did work at the Ontario. He was CEO of the Ontario Centre for Excellence. And he was CEO of the Accelerator Center at the Waterloo Research and Technology Park at the University of Waterloo, I assume. And then there's a guy, Patrick Horgan, IBM, tremendous background, AI. But then you come down to John Ruffalo. Do you think this is the buddy? Do you think this is the buddy, John Ruffalo? The buddy of the guy that founded Constellation Software? John Ruffalo, founder and managing partner of Mavericks Private Equity. Founder of OMERS Venture, OMERS Ventures, an organization that he ran for 8 years. OMERS Ventures is the venture capital arm of the OMERS Pension Fund. During his leadership, OMERS Ventures invested over 500 millions of capital in over 40 disruptive technology companies. Is that the buddy? I think so. But we can't find out any of this stuff. We're on a complete hold until this attorney decides she's ready to let go of the file, whatever it is, or it's a regulator, or it's an exchange person, or it's a investment banker, or it's a CEO somewhere, or it's somebody on a board somewhere, or it's a different attorney who is working on a case with O.J. Simpson and can't get back to his desk. I don't know what the heck. But the only reason this stock is in this limbo and that we can't talk about anything is because they, whoever they are, cannot seem to bring themselves to get the document completed. Oh, fan, this is where you step in and tell everyone to buy and call the shorts the enemy. The shorts are the enemy. The shorts are the enemy. And no one investigates pumpers like yourself. That you do. Everyone accuses me of everything. I'm not a pumper. I'm not a pumper. Fend, I'm not a pumper. I'm not being paid to talk about Railtown. What I'm trying to do with Railtown is allow 177 people, might be 178, 79 it might be, to make money here and get the hell away from you. You can stay down in the sewer for the rest of your life for all I care, and I hope you get rich. I hope it fulfills your life and your life's dreams, stealing from people. I hope it does. But I want to get away from you. But this is the way. And I wouldn't put it past you that your attorneys are talking to attorneys at the regulators that are holding up the attorneys trying to approve this because you need time to move your shares out of a valuable prime brokerage account to an LLC that you don't care about. So you keep coming at me, but it's you. Retail treats the market as a casino. No, it's not retail's fault. It's you. The roll of the dice. I treat the market as target practice. Yeah, you're shooting retail. That's what you're doing. You don't have a market. You're a pussy. You're a coward. You would never invest if there were any odds against you. The way it's set up, the odds are all on your side. You can cheat, you can be corrupt, you can collude, you can racketeer. The lawyers have your back. You can do anything you want, and then you can come brag about it. Retail doesn't have your access to information. Retail has integrity. Retail doesn't have access to your corrupt attorneys. What are my thoughts on the Texas Stock Exchange? I don't know a lot, but I do know it's being set up by, I can't remember, was it Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs? I don't trust it because I think it's being set up by the banksters. What I do like about it is Texas is largely run by Texas oil men, not by overly educated Northeastern guys. So it's not going to be corrupted by the same Wall Street cabal. I like that. But if it has any kind of derivative products or short selling, or if it allows delayed settlement of any kind, it's not going to be any better than anything else. I even think somebody has to set up an exchange that does not trade by computer, that actually has specialists, and it has to go down to a human being. And if the volume is, if they can't trade 100 million shares, then they trade 10 million shares, and that it reaches its capacity, and that's it. The problem is the computers, the high frequency trading, the lack of an uptick rule, the lack of enforcement. The SEC is trained to go after the longs and the CEOs, not after Fendi and his friends. The whole thing is corrupt to its core. And they blame retail. They say, you're the casino. That's not true. That's not true. I don't blame retail for thinking they have figured something out. But I'm trying to say we haven't. They win. We don't. So let's stop chasing the goose around the mulberry bush. Let's just get the hell out of the garden. William, you're a very emotional investor. Your problem is you were too affected fundamentally that your view on the technicals are skewed. There are better companies to invest in. Actually, I'm not an emotional investor. I get very emotional when good people are taken advantage by your evil. And that I include the CEO of Railtown. He's great. I'm not sure he understands the depth to which you have corrupted the markets, the banking system, the attorneys. I'm not sure. And there should be no reason that they haven't been able to announce that this deal is done, except they might be working with you, not the CEO. The attorneys might be working with you to give you time to get out of trouble. I wouldn't put it past it. I would not put that past it. You guys are in trouble. I'm not an emotional investor. I'm actually a very reasoned, calm, patient investor. I'm pissed off right now. I'll admit that. It pisses me off. The problem is you're too attracted fundamentally. I'm not a technician. I don't give a F about the technicals. I don't want anyone here trading anymore. When people trade on the charts, you have them. You have them by the short hairs. And then their money's hot And then you can use their money to goose your computers. And then, as you put it, you're a targeted investor. You can pick them off one by one. I don't give a crap about the technicals. I think people trading these stocks on technicals are crazy. They're going to lose all their money. Now, it can help a couple of places. It can help if you are trying to buy in and you look to see, maybe you go under the market, that can help there. It can help if you're nervous, and it can help perhaps when you decide to sell. But the fact is that Railtown is a fundamental story, my friend, and you are about to experience it right up your butt. If Railtown can credibly, let's say in a year's time, and ceteris paribus, Railtown can credibly say they are going to have 200 million in annualized recurring revenue, and you put a 50 multiple on it, and let's say Nvidia, which is worth $4 trillion, just says we'll buy them out for stock, we'll pay 10 billion, we'll give 10 billion in stock. You got a $60 stock and you're in trouble. And that has nothing to do with the charts. Nothing to do with the charts. What's a better company? Name a better company to invest in. Name a better company to invest in that's 60 cents now. 60 cents now. Could be $6 by the time the attorney gets off her rear end and finishes her work. It could be $6 in a short period of time after that. And then it could be $60. It could be $60. Give me a better stock that goes from 60 cents to $6 to $60 in an 18-month time frame. Give me a better stock. I'm waiting. What's the better company to invest in? You tell me. You have a better company where people can establish a position at 60 cents, and when the attorneys finally get finished so that buying can come in, we can at least test my theory. I think it's a $6 stock, give or take. $6 stock. So you got 10x there, and then it goes to 60, let's say, by the end of next year. 100x. You got a better one? You got a better one? What's your story, Fend? What stock do you have? Andrea, really regret buying Railtown? Well, Andrea, I don't think you're a real person, but if you regret buying Railtown, it's doubled since you bought it. So I'm not sure. I mean, it's kind of weird. Railtown has doubled since you bought it. You bought it back here under 30 cents since March, all the way back. It's doubled. So what are you regretting? What are you regretting exactly, Andrea? It's doubled since you bought it. Seeing so many stocks up 2x and 3x, and blue chip companies even making new highs. Well, Railtown's doubled. It's given you 2x. You're just upset that you see some others giving 3x. How about M10 going down? How about G-Bucks going down? How about Finger in that time frame going down, although it's up in the last 2 days? How about fill in the blank, all going down? You didn't notice any of those. And then there's blue chip companies making new highs. These highs don't excite you. You're going to have to wait for these, but they don't excite you. See, this is the problem. I don't know where the attorney is. or the regulator who is delaying for her own purposes getting the project done. This is the shit that you expose investors to. These kind of lying mothers, all because you can't complete your work. Bill Michael, do you think the odds could be that Railtown and AI Partners only end up in a partnership and not a combined company? Sure, that could happen. Maybe that's it. Maybe they're not going to combine. Maybe they're just going to operate as independent units. But I don't think so, Bill. And the reason I say that is I think it's conductor. I think it's all about conductor. I think the edge that AI Partners can offer in its negotiations to roll up the affiliates is conductor. And I guess you would say, well, they could license it from Railtown, I suppose. And then it would, I guess it's the difference of, moving in with your girlfriend, buying the house together, having children, putting them through college and never getting married. I don't think so. I don't think that's going to happen. I think these men want to make money, and I think it's a much clearer story for all of the men I'm talking about, and women, that are the principals at Railtown and the ones that are the principals at AI Partners. If you go into the world separately and then a NVIDIA comes to buy you out, maybe it's too many moving parts. Maybe they only buy one part, not the whole thing. I think it's a much better investment, an exit. It's a better exit proposition if they join forces. I think they're going to get it done. I really think it's an attorney somewhere. That's why I'm so angry, or a regulator somewhere. The only other thing it could be, maybe Elon Musk is going to buy them all out in exchange for 100,000 electric vehicles, and they're just waiting to write that document. I just cannot believe, Bill, that they put out that press release today, which I think is a good release. I think it's a great announcement. I think it's fantastic. But the way they put it out, to me, it's clear the companies are combined. But you're right. You make a distinction that possibly could exist. I just don't understand why they couldn't have done that in reverse order. Get the big tent built, and then you could put up some of the smaller tents around it. But they don't. It doesn't seem like the attorneys want to get that done. I'd fire the attorneys. I really would. But easy for me to say. I don't even know what's going on. It could be the regulators. It could be. There's I don't know. Someone had to sign something, and the file got corrupted. It could be. It could be anything. It could be anything. So Andrea says, she wasted my time and money listening to you on this. Well, it's the first time I saw your name. So I'm not sure you really did. Should have learned my lesson after GTII and logic. Yeah, I mean, that's probably true. I didn't recommend GTII, but by having Ham here and by talking about the potential if it's short squeezed, thinking it could work. I mean, sure. I guess I guess if it had worked, you would have given the credit to someone else. And then on logic, yeah, logic's pretty bad. I don't think logic's going to work. But I haven't really talked that much about logic in a long time. Logic to me was the alternative that I thought might give a good return versus GTII. But if we have to go through logic, Andrea, we can again. There was a company called Wayland, which I traded, and that was brought to my attention as $10, $12, $8, headed to 20, headed to 40. And they split it into two parts, essentially North America and Southeast Asia. There were some other countries. There was fintech, there was mobile apps, there was what they've since called AI. I don't know if it was. And they changed the name to Logic. They got financing from the Neo exchange. Well, from 4 companies, but they got listed on the Neo exchange in Canada as a way to get away from the criminality. And I'm telling you, you guys are everywhere. It's not safe for any CEO to trust anybody that represents any Wall Street firm that comes in their door. It's just not safe to make assumptions about it. You got to kick the tires, think it through. But anyway, so they went on the Neo. They raised money at $3, and they split the company into Logic and that was later that year. They did the raise from Neo at $3. And of course, you guys just started shorting it to oblivion. And it was a crappy financing that the CEO shouldn't have signed, but he did. So anyway, it goes down, down, down. And then at the end of that year, they split Logic into Lavero. They spun out Lavero. It was a reverse merger of the technology. Basically, as it was described, the simplest way, it was an online technology to help websites market their wares, deliver, and et cetera, like the big Amazons and et cetera. Anyway, they spun that out, and Lavaro became I think 1-for-1 stock distribution. So you had Logic and Lavaro, but then Lavaro changed its name to GoLogic. So you had Logic and GoLogic, 2 companies, all run by Brent's son. Logic ran into Aubrey Advisors and Chadron Financial. And the idea behind it was to distribute that technology in a company called Data Logic. So they set up a SPAC sponsorship. They did third-party review, study, $10 a share, stock traded at 10, 11, 12 for a year and a half. They intentionally, and I'm not going to go through every step of it, but Aubrey Advisors and Chandron intentionally queered the deal. And at the end, after causing delays, more money was necessary, requirement by the SEC. So they raised money. They paid the attorneys and they paid the financial. They intentionally left Data Logic and Logic with no money. So anyway, there was sabotage. The stock went to 42 and then collapsed. They did a bad financing. I think the CEO for Data Logic, it became called Collective Audience, may have worked with Aubrey. Aubrey certainly pre-set this up. They moved it to the over-the-counter Cromwell. I don't know. All I know is Aubrey ended up with over 90% of Data Logic, and now they've done a deal with a guy named Greenberg out of Connecticut. He's going to have 50%. We as shareholders are going to have 30%, and then the original shareholders of this other company are going to have the remainder. Then they're going to go do a financing, and it's going to be destructive. So I think the whole collective Data Logic Collective Audience thing is going to be worth zero. I think it was a setup by Aubrey Advisors and Shadron. Logic, on the other hand, was still out there with their clean shell. When Data Logic blew up, all the attention went on Data Logic. Logic didn't have money, so Logic had to sell more shares to stay current. They did that. Then Logic announced they were going to do 8 roll-ups worth $1 billion in rough numbers. Instead, Brent didn't have the strategic thinking to realize if he did just one, he's going to F the whole thing. But he did one, and he doubled the shares from there. So the stock, instead of going from 135 down to 80 million, it went up to 750 million. And Brent signed it up with a company, a medical company, where the guy set up his own medical company at the same time as the Data Logic SPAC. Now that was up to Brent, not up to me. And it was in contradiction to their news stories that were put out. I don't know why he did this idiot thing, but he did it. And now Logic is supposedly, this guy's going to get on the NASDAQ, he's going to do a reverse split, and it's going to work. Bullshit. It's going to be zero. So Logic is zero in my judgment. Collective Audience is zero. The board members get paid whatever they get paid. They have something on their resume. They live their lives. We get wiped out. GoLogic came in with a reverse with Recruiter.com. That CEO came in. They got working on it with the licensing and the technology and AI this and all that. They split into 2 companies, GoLogic, and I forget what they were going to call the other one. And they brought in $1 billion company. They had all this going on. They put that on hold while they worked on Logic. Then the GoLogic with Recruiter.com, they threw that away. It was all announced. They threw that away. They decided to make a company called Nixie. That CEO of Recruiter.com got 600,000 shares or thereabouts of the new company, which he immediately liquidated. Nixie has a bunch of big investors. They went and they raised the money to go get the offshore groups to make the stock run. But they also involved one of the shorts. He too went in, made sure he got paid a couple $1 million. So Nixie ran, then stopped. Ran, then stopped. And now they're still trying to put Nixie back together again. They might get it done. They might get it done. They have a lot of revenues. They have a new CEO. I don't think Brent's in charge anymore. I think behind the scenes, there's a lot of firepower, a lot of really smart people, a lot of money. But it doesn't matter how much money people have when they go up against you. You guys control the system. Anyway, GoLogic sits over as a dead shell. We'll see what happens with Nixie. But I think the whole thing is all a bunch of crap, trash. And I think there's no way that any CEO can treat the NASDAQ or the over-the-counter markets as a fair, honest source of capital. Any CEO that gets involved with that is going to be wiped out by you, and you're going to brag on it. Ryan Sartell, I'll bet Andrea never had any. Andrea doesn't exist. Andrea is just a short. Oh, Xander. Ocean sailing. Ocean sailing. Andrea, because of your financial misfortunes, we'll never see you here again? Pete the Greek, the press release referred to AI partners today. Haven't this afresh happened? Sorry, jumping in. No, I agree with you. No, I don't. The merger hasn't happened yet. But I agree with you. The press. I'll read the press release headline to you. If I can find it. I can't find it. So I have to start over. So the Pete, the headline says Railtown AI Technologies and AI Partnerships Corp partner with Bright AI Inc. So it doesn't, they're doing it together. It looks like they're together, but it doesn't really say they're a joint company. So I don't know what to say. I've burned myself out on it. Hey, Wall Street's time to go. The press release said, refer to, hasn't this already happened? Sounds like it. Yeah, it seems like it. Like or dislike Bini, B-I-N-I, home every single day. FT's Reg Sholas, unbelievable. Yeah, exactly. Look, you know what I hate is the idea, how does every CEO, every team work for years, get success, they get on NASDAQ, and then the shorts destroy it, and it's the fault of the CEO and it's the fault of the shareholders. How does that happen every single time? Doesn't make any sense. And then the technology goes offshore. Guys, this is a setup of a handful of men ripping the entire country off without paying taxes. And no one gets upset. Oh, it's retail. I don't hold any stock. Not at this height of the market. We are going down. Retail is exit liquidity. I have real estate. I have tenants. I have secured my wealth for the next several decades. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. So that, you know who this is? You know who this is. I'm not going to say his name, but you know who it is. Holding stock is archaic. Well, there's going to be, I don't know about archaic, but there's going to come a time pretty soon where the buy and hold strategy is not going to work. It's worked now for 16 years. It's not going to work much longer. But that's the broader index strategy. That's the broader market strategy. But if you're telling me buying Constellation software at $10 and holding it until it went to 5,000 Canadian didn't make sense, I'm going to have to ask you to reconsider that. It just doesn't make any sense. NVIDIA, Facebook, it just doesn't make any sense. But it is correct that we're going to have to be aware things are going to get much more volatile, and we may not be able to just buy and hold. But one reason to hold Railtown, let's say, just use an example, make it up. Let's say Railtown gets bought out in 1 year's time. Next August, Railtown's bought out. If you sell it, buy back in, sell it, buy back in, you're paying capital gains. If you wait, that leap in value you get without having to pay taxes. Of course, until you sell the stock, but you can make a decision then. But we don't know. We don't have enough information on anything. The only thing I really want is you guys hold on until the attorneys finally finish the memorandum of understanding, turning it in to a complete document. That's what I want. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen. They're too important. Their job's too important. They got too many things to add to it. And meanwhile, I just get attacked, you get attacked. These guys just keep going. And the longer they have, the more strategies they can come up so they win. And I hate it. Christopher Fowley, it's just a matter of time before William has to attempt to explain himself out of this pickle also. I don't agree with you. I don't think it's going to be a pickle. But if a CEO is listening to attorneys who work with the other side and they're making decisions that allow the shorts to do things, yeah, there's always a possibility there's some disaster by the CEO. I don't think that's going to happen here at all. At all. But Christopher, I will tell you, this is my last stock, unless it's a related idea, which I will reserve the right to bring that on. But I don't care about another Frank Benedetto stock, another ham stock, another stock organized out of. I just don't care about it anymore. It's they may work temporarily. If they do, it's very hard for people to sell. I just don't care anymore. Wow, fan. Bob says, you're a genius. If I ever meet you, I'm going to give you a pat on the back and 2 attaboys. You deserve it. Now go away, please. Fan, William, I'll give you another month to attach, until you attach to another shit stock with another narrative. I don't see you going on about this stock every day. Well, I've gone on about this stock every day to fight you and the rest of you. And I've kind of lost my cool today because I think if the attorneys felt it was okay to put that press release out today, then they should have been ready to put out the big cojones today. I can't see the difference. So, but of course I'm not privy to anything. So what the hell do I know? But thank you, Fan. Thank you for giving me another month. I mean, I don't know what I'd do without your month. All right, I'm going to sign off, everybody. I'm pretty disappointed today, as you can tell. On the other hand, let me end on the positive note that this press release is excellent. It is absolutely excellent. And I do think it affirms the combination, whether or not they're getting married or not, they're at least boinking. And I think that's a good sign for all of us. So I wish everyone peace. I'm so happy that Donald Trump is going to make sure the children in the Middle East, and particularly in Gaza Strip, are fed. That's awesome. So I wish all of you peace. And Well, I guess we'll talk tomorrow. Be another day that the deal isn't completed and we'll be under attack from the shills. I love it. I look forward to it. All right. See you tomorrow.